Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Finals Community Cup Split 1 Day 3. The last day of Split 1 is what you're going to be seeing. My name is Lucifer. Joining me on desk is going to be Raider. We are here for the final day of action where we're going to see two teams who've already in the semi-finals, two more joining them, and then finally the grand finals. Who are your picks? Do you have any favorites so far, Raider?
I think for me, Eternal Fame could be the particular team who is going to move on to the semis, maybe from the very first matchup that we are going to witness. But apart from that, I think a lot of things on 4th of August, Split 1 is going to end. We will get those two teams who are going directly into the main event, guys. Yes, the main event that is there from 16th to 18th of August. On the hindsight, we do have the third positions and fourth position teams going to the LCQ, which is the last chance qualifier. And from Split 2 as well, exactly like Split 1, we'll get two teams that are #1 and #2 going straight up into the finale, that is the main event. And other two teams, #3 and 4, they are going to go to the LCQ.
We spoke about this. It's been a norm every time that we start the stream off. It's about us introducing of what's at stake. The stake is not just going into the main event, but also a lion's share of $10,000 is what they get a chance on, a hand on. Can they get it? Starting off is going to be the champions who are going to be getting, meaning the ultimate champion. The final winners will get 6,000. Going into runner-up, 2,000 for them. Third place will have 1,200 and the fourth will get $800. And we've been talking time and time again that you have to be in the top 4. The top 4 are the ones who will walk away with all the allocates. And look at how ban or skips are right now on every team's logos. We've been seeing this from off-stream days and now on-stream from Friday, Saturday, and now today the final Sunday of Split 1.
Lucifer, this clearly shows how far we have gone through this Community Cup.
Yep.
I mean, look at the number of teams. Look at these amazing teams that have come through from the open qualifiers to round 1 to then round 2, and a lot of teams have, to be honest, failed. But then again, they have learned a lot. Well, let's talk about the semis. We have got Level-Ended Gyat and IND winning their battles and coming into the semi-finale, which is going to be the semi-finale match number 1. And then for semi-finals 2, we have blanks right now. Who is going to fill it up? Is it Worst Generation? Is it Eternal Fate? Is it Horizon Esports? Or B Team? I want to know that. Because for me personally, I think B Team can be a very efficient team. But for that, they have to, I guess, get some good maps in their favor. Those maps where the open spaces are available. Because if you see in Sis Horizon and also in Las Vegas, they are not going to be that fruitful. Because their lights, they're just not that fruitful when it comes to these two maps.
Let's quickly talk about my favorite picks here. I want to talk is because the match upcoming is going to be Worst Generation versus Eternal Fate. And Worst Generation, they were outrageously good. And they were so efficient, they looked flawless, and it looks like today again they'll try to do the same thing. So far they've just dropped a single round on every map that they've played. So today if they do the same, they should have an easy move into the semi-finals. And the other team that I'm looking forward to is gonna be IND, who are already comfortably sitting in the semi-finals. Now can Eternal Fate put a spanner in the works for Worst Generation's Thought, Shooter, X-Fragate, Berry, Flix and Parag? Let's cross our fingers and let's see if they make do of the best in front of their screens.
And so far, Lucifer, we have not yet seen deciders come into the picture. Maybe today is the day as we do dive into the semi-finale, and also there is the finals due. So maybe there is something interesting that is going to happen today, because in the next upcoming 5 matches that you will witness on the stream, anything can happen, guys. But let's talk about the map veto. Las Vegas and Kyoto have been banned, but the first pick is by Worst Generation, and that is Skyway Stadium. Another interesting map, to be honest. Then Monaco comes into the picture, where I guess the crane will be very helpful for those lights. And at the same point, the attack is going to be done by Worst Generation. But if they fail in this one, or if they are not that fruitful to get that 2-0 in their name, as you rightly said, I think the decider is for sure going to come, where Sis Horizon will be the deciding map.
We've not seen a lot of Sis Horizon here in the Finals Community Cup. It's something that we are going to wait and see if it does happen towards the end of the main event. But at least in Split 1, I think we are going to have a tad bit lesser of Sis Horizon coming through. It is going to be the norms of Skyway Stadium, Monaco, a little bit of Kyoto here and there. I did see Las Vegas as well towards the end games of yesterday. But I think Sis Horizon is going to be a map I want to see a lot more exploration on, as we did speak about the blocks of crossways that you have that you can walk across. it is not there in every map. In Monaco, if you talk about it, there is those rooftop walkways that you have. Even in Skyway Stadium, a tad bit of it, but not all roofs are connected. Whereas comparing it to Swiss Horizon, there is some, but we'll go to Swiss Horizon when the matter gets to that, right? Before that, it's going to be Skyway Stadium. Successful? Yeah, it seems to be for both the teams. But Eternal Fate, they did not have a clean run compared to how Worst Generation were. That's the reason we said Worst Generation were very dominating. And it is not going to be doubtful on their end whether they can pull it off or not. But I think it hangs on the side of Eternal Fate whether they can do this or not.
I pretty much agree with your points because Eternal Fate is a very efficient team, but then again, the way Worst Generation have played so far in Split 1, they have been quite phenomenal. And same goes for even B team, I believe, from the second matchup that we are going to witness. We'll talk about that when that happens, but for now, let's come back to Swiss Horizon topic that you were initiating. I think yesterday we got to see two Swiss Horizons in the last two games, but then again, I think the main reason why Swiss Horizon is not coming to the picture is because it is a type of map where you don't have a lot of open spots. You have to go through buildings, you have to go through those blocks, and then only you can take the control. Yes, Dematerializer is going to be good for a specialization. Charge and Slam for the heavy is going to be efficient enough to get those openings, but lights, I feel somehow lights are not that effective because you can't really go for those SR84 picks. You have to go with the SMG, then you have to get the right value. You can go with evasive dashes and some other specializations, but at the end, you have to see that light are just not that effective in this map. I think so far that is the reason why Swiss Horizon has not been into the picture that much.
I kind of agree with you on this. Lights do take a kind of tad bit backseat because, as you rightly said, they do not have an opportunity of long range fight. It only happens in case somebody treads out of the space, decides to fight on the roofs. But we have seen those being a rare sight because of the terminals itself. Terminals always end up being in close spaces, and when you have mediums, a lot of them, you can put down turrets, you can put down traps, you can put down explosives, and that does cause trouble for any lights. If they try to tread across it, they will either be blown up or there will be a poisonous gas that's going to be spreading, and it will cause trouble. They will be kind of cornered in that four-walled building. So it does get tough, but as I said, it's about exploring a lot more. Like now, you even wonder about Skyway Stadium or Monaco, right? There are those terminals which end up happening in the residences inside the villa. But what do the players do? They end up opening it up. Like the construction side is there, they try to create an opportunity of that. It becomes like that place of the office or the place of residences ends up completely getting opened up, and they kind of created like a deconstructed site, if you would want to say. So I'm looking forward to if we can kind of see an opportunity in that way, but as of now we've not yet found an opportunity on Swiss Horizon, but it'll happen eventually. That's the reason I said main event is something we have to look forward to.
I mean, the beauty of the finals as a game is because you have so much of utility, so much of amazing specializations and gadgets to work with that you can open up the sites. As you rightly said, you can make that map, make that terminal site in your favor by putting up some beautiful setups, by going with the charge and slam, by going with the barrier mesh so that you can absorb all of those damages. And that's the beauty. The finals allows you to explore the map, allows you to mold it in your way. But yeah, guys, without wasting any more time, we will be jumping into the action. The finals Community Cup is on the way, and yes, we are diving into the quarterfinale match number 3 as we will be looking into the picture how the play goes on. I can clearly see we have 2 heavies, 2 mediums, and 1 light. And if I'm not wrong, this is indeed going to be one and only team
Worst
Generations. Yeah.
Let's see, their attack looks solid. Talking on the other end, they also have 2 heavies, 1 medium, but they're going for 2 lights. That's the gamble that Eternal Fate have played on the defenders end. So let's figure out if this works for Eternal Fate or not, because Worst Generation, they're coming in guns heavy. There is a Lewis gun. I think there should be another flamethrower on the other end to kind of try and fight close range meshes, something that we end up seeing. Attackers are ready. Time to prep has gonna be hitting 0. And from here on, it is going to be an attack that Eternal Fate will try, but it seems like Eternal Fate have had an issue. We were talking about their defense if it works, but there's a technical hitch that I spotted. Seems like a player disconnected while they were loading into the game. And yes, that happened for one of the teams we were witnessing day before yesterday.
It happened for Detroit, it happened for Lavish. These were the 2 individuals who failed to get that technical difficulty.
It was from Burden United, I think, day before yesterday. Or wait, oh no, it was against Eternal Fate, if I'm not wrong, where they were fighting against Skull Crushers. I think so, I'm not too sure. But it was one of those games.
If I'm not wrong, second or third game, I believe. That's
Oh
where
yeah,
the thing
it
happened.
was the B team versus Soldiers. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
exactly,
the third game that
exactly.
we were
Team
witnessing.
Soldiers.
Correct.
Agreed.
It happened to Soldiers. They did pull off a round after having a similar stat of tech issue. But that's not going to be enough. Here, right at the get-go, that you're having an issue with one of your players. Now, again, they are playing from their comforts of wherever they are. It is right now an online format that they are going to be playing on. And because of that, they have a certain constraint that they would have to rejoin into the game. If they don't, it's going to be trouble for them, Raider.
Indeed, it is going to be, because playing in a 4v5 equation, it has never been easy. Remember, this game is quite tricky on its own. You have to get the attack in your favor. You just have 7 rounds in your name, and you have to get those 4 rounds initially in the favor. And if we go to tiebreaker, things are again going to be even more trickier. So you have to have that advantage from the very onset of the game. And for that reason, I do believe the manpower is something which matters the most, because it's just not about the manpower. It's also about the roles that the 5th member or the 4th member, whoever is missing, is going to play. He could be a light, he could be a medium, he could be a heavy when it comes to his build, because those specializations are going to be so important that these missing parts in a situations are going to be very tricky to deal with. I think for that reason, the manpower has to be there, and I think these technical difficulties have to be worked on from these individuals, and maybe we are going to see very interesting competition. Hopefully, it's a 5-5. I really want to see a very close cutthroat day today.
I think because we just started the game, it should be fine. We would maybe rehost it because it has not started, damage has not been dealt, players did not have a chance to even win a round, so there should be a chance that we should be able to get all the 5 players back and restart the game without any hitches for either of these teams. But let's quickly talk about the build that we got a glimpse to watch, right? 2 heavies, 2 mediums and lights. Perfect so far. But when we jump into 2 lights and 1 medium and 2 heavy, where your medium is the one who has a lot of gadgets to play. If he cannot play with his gadgets, he cannot set up, it does get tough. Now there are some gadgets that even a heavy can deploy, but it is not as extensive as a medium.
Precisely. I want to ask you, Lucifer, one thing. Yesterday I had the privilege of watching IND once again, and they are way too much interesting because they are always going for those heavies. They have 3 heavies, 2 mediums. What's your concern about that?
I think even Upcon was mentioning this, and I was like, 3 heavies? It should not be working. That's not a norm. I mean, us seeing even a single or a double heavy in terminal attack was a little questionable before the Community Cup. People were thinking it's better to play lights and mediums because you have a lot of maneuverable chances that you can play out on. But when you come to this, it is certain times working out. So let's see if there's anybody else getting in a triple heavy. As we said, that acts as a big bad barrier. For now, the game's loaded. As we said, the players have loaded back in. There shouldn't be any issue. Eternal Fate will be starting back with 5 men strong without any person going down. Attack is going to be still steady from Worst Generation. We did speak about Worst Generation's fight. They seemed a lot more cleaner compared to Eternal Fate. So let's hope Eternal Fate make magic against Worst Generation, or they are going to be the badasses of the finals, quarterfinals.
Well, I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting to see what happens over there. But even before that, who is going to be there in the semi-finale number 2? That's what the main question is all about. Worst Generation or Eternal Fate? Both of these teams have already shown their true colors, their signs, their aggression, their precision with their play, and their tactical advantages in the past. But today is the day to make another history. They have to go ahead and get the deal done on the high side when it comes to terminals. We can clearly see the B site is pretty much capitalized, and also on the attack we can clearly see that the players are trying to indulge. The key is right over there. Attackers are pretty close and they're just making some openings. But here comes a light. Oh, he misses one. He gets lit. Frag drift has been, I guess, pretty low. On the hindsight, they've already lost one. There comes a fair trade of trade, but it's not going to stop. The heavy with the Lewis gun is going to take one more from the rooftop. Going bonkers is the case. Oh my god, he took 3. What?
I mean, he's the last second player surviving. Worst Generation have been under turmoil right now. Swap is getting spammed, chased. He knows he's the last survivor and he's being chased from Shooter the Heavy. He does have the throwing knives, which is right now the stars. But those ninja blades, I don't think they're going to help him out. There is a chance that he'll be able to regening to 100, but 100 is not going to be enough against 270. Oh, the door, he spotted that, and that's a big bad mistake. He's trying to completely trail where the player is going, but using that light's chances of maneuvering, he does successfully run out, but again, barely breathing.
The time is running low. Attackers, they might fail. There's just 25 seconds more to go with. They have to start the decryption. They really want to win this one, but the turret has all appointed. It's not going to be easy. The detection comes through. Oh, the glitch trap. Oh my god, this is not easy. This is not easy. And here comes the Lewis gun. 11 more seconds. I don't think so. It's an easy win. Well, there you go, guys. Eternal Fate winning their very first round in their name. This heavy is indeed quite heavy.
Oh yeah, he is brutal. Now we did see a lot of gadgets from their end in terms of dematerializers, data reshapers, but it never came into play. Before that happened, players were just swapped out. Restaurant and mansion right now being the terminals to attack. Let's see if the defenders are going to be able to replicate another. Shooter was the one who was a menace. And I think this is Shooter playing the heavy for the first time. I think yesterday he was maybe maining a medium. Today, for the team's sake, maybe has changed. We'll get into those topics discussion later on. If he's on the heavy itself, it's good for him. And now the trap is even more better. They are going to close down every opportunity. And you can see how clearly, right, distinguish the setups from other teams to this team, where they're not putting everything on the terminal. They're making sure they put up on the staircases, towards the doorways, making sure that's even more difficult. The key should head over to mansion, because in general terms, whenever there is a mansion as a terminal, people head over there because it's a big open space to fight around with.
Yeah, there is a lot of rotations, there is a lot of setup that you can pull through, but look at this, the beauty of finals. You can open up the sides, you can go ahead and get the terminal in your favor, you can drop it down to the ground floor and then set up some good perimeter to play with. But for now, it does feel like that the attackers and the defenders are in harmony. They know where the players are. The dematerializer is indeed going to be helpful, as they can clearly see where the players are. The dome shield is also going to be advantageous so far. The damages are coming through, but nobody has been taken down, so I think the confrontations are going to take a little bit longer, but there you go. The silence has been broken. First Generation loses their first one. Oh my god, they lose another. The glitch traps are definitely going to be interesting to watch. But is it something fruitful? Not at all. One more down, two more to go.
I don't think Worst Generation has anything that they could do here. One last surviving player, Flix, Frag Rift and Berry on the other end. They are going to chase him. They've spotted him, but there is a turret that is annoying the player. Then comes in the last player swooping in. He was a medium, gets cleared off in an instant, and that is going to be the second round. And so far, the attackers have been able to do nothing.
As expected, I talked about this team, Eternal Fate. The way they fight, the way they play is something amazing, to be honest. And also on defense, you can build a lot of tactical advantages in your favor, and that's exactly what they're doing. Not just they're rotating quite quickly, but also if you see the setups, it is working in a brilliant way. And on the hindsight, when it comes to the attackers, the main part is attackers on the hindsight, they are struggling because of their build. But Eternal Fate, they are just being very, very effective with their approaches. Beautiful angles to play with, the proximity mines, the turrets that they're using are getting them all the info that they really need. And it's basically that they're setting up a particular side and they're rotating back to another one so that they can guard both. We have seen certain rounds where things have not been effective for a particular team known as defenders because of the fact that they were not on a very good spot. Like they were holding the A and the other team was attacking onto the B with a sneaky attack. But ooh, Eternal Fate already losing their first one. That could be a light, I believe.
Yeah, this is a chance here for the attackers. Worst Generation, can they convert this? They found an opening. They're still not entered towards terminal. They're waiting for an opportunity. They did get spotted by a medium. They're trying to run away in a different direction. Maybe there's a chase actually coming in from Fawcett on the heavy and Lewis gun. He knows there should be one or the other player close by. Using an flammable, clearing off the goo that was set up with the canister. And that's going to be another defender. Where are Eternal Fate losing their players one after another?
I think that's A terminal where this fight is happening, because here decryption key is also right there available. But if you see on the hindsight, RPG-7 in the hand, the heavy is pushing in, but he's quite low as well. Barrier mesh is going to be effective. There you go, some hefty shots. He's probably going to put him away. Let's see if that's the case. Ooh, the melees are going to work. There you go, 3v2.
Oh,
2v2 with the
Parag!
melee. What is he doing? He's a medium and he's the last man standing. Has to pull off a 1v2. It is not. Oh, actually, 1v2 is not going to be easy.
Not at all.
He's a defender. He can have some trigger discipline and patience right now, because so far as you can see, the decryption has not been started. Parag maintaining his safe distance but still showing his presence.
20 seconds on the clock.
Oh,
He knows the
decryption has
key
started.
has to be put in, and there decryption starts, and now it's time to worry. If he could stop that from happening, there could have been a chance.
Oh.
His mines, they did not go off. The terminal is in a very bad spot. Nice hit. The gravity cube, it did not hit him, so Parag is still safe. He can chase them to the other room and successfully does so, but there's the mesh that they have to break first, and now he is getting smothered with bullets from the other player as well, who's a medium, so it's getting even tougher. He tries to go behind them, but the medium is there to strike with the F-car, and attackers worst generation find the first round.
All right, they are breaking the silence. They have got a round in their favor, and the beauty is now they will be defending as the halftime is already here. Sets are going to switch. That means I think now Worst Generation would be at a comfortable spot. They would be looking forward to come up with a reverse sweep right now. Although they do have a disadvantage of one round out of their hands, but they have already gained one. They can gain one more, but this is the round where things could change. Let's talk about the setup. Well, they're breaking the wall with the dematerializer, bringing the terminal closer to them. Interesting.
I don't know about that.
Initially,
Initially,
it
it
was
was
it over here. Look at
jump
this.
pad. It did not work out as they intended to. But yeah, I was a little, I'm not too sure. Using a shotgun on the heavy and then using a dematerializer, especially 3 of it, to kind of get an opportunity to reposition. Now they successfully do so. If they could have been done earlier, but that was just about the defense. I mean, it was Worst Generation figuring out their initial steps to the attack approach of what Eternal Fate could bring in, because Eternal Fate are on a number advantage. They need another round on their attack, and they'll be already at 3 and map point.
I think that approach of taking the terminal towards the roof was somewhat unsuccessful. They have already utilized their specializations, but obviously it is going to get recharged. But let's see if they're going to figure out how to get that attack stopped. Oh my god, the shots are going in indeed. The heavy Parag, actually the medium Parag is moving forward with a medium build. Has got some mines to play with. The turret is already appointed, but the player has been spotted. Is it a light? I think it is. And he is already sustaining some big hits on the other corner. On stairs, we have Mr. Shooter getting picked off. He's Eternal Fate already losing one of their own. Ooh, the second one also goes down. It all trickles down to a 3v5 equation. Louis' gun and the flamethrower. It is working, but I think it is going to be a win from the other side. And there you guys. It all trickles down to the last guy. 1v3.
Frag rift. Not sure he can pull this off. XP54 barely surviving on 8. Needs 10 seconds to refuel himself to back to 100 and successfully does get there. But can he find an elimination? There's a heavy. Just did not be spotted. He sends out a frag nade. Maybe he'll be able to destroy the mesh shield on hand. But look at them. They've deployed a dome as well. Where does he head? He's closer to B. But for him to put the key in is going to be tough. Decryption cannot be started. Trying to use the explosive canister, but now he's dropped to 3 with the initial contacts of the bullet. He knows the chances for him are way less compared to what his thoughts are. The key is somewhere else. Now the time's already gone out of his hands. He still is looking forward to winning a duel. The claw has come out as well as the bullets from the other end, and that's going to be an equalizer from Worst Generation.
As I said, now Worst Generation is on the defensive half. I think they can pull it off. I think from here they can get some good rounds in their name, because if you see on the hindsight, Eternal Fate, they were a bit shaky when it comes to their approach. Yes, they were able to infiltrate, but then again, the whole equation to go ahead and get the decryption started, I guess right over there they failed. They were getting counter every now and then, and from the other corner, the heavies, they are way too efficient. The 2 heavies that are there from Worst Generation, they are just amazing on their own play style. But from this corner, Eternal Fate, they also have 2 heavies and 2 mediums and 1 light to play with. Swap so far has not been that phenomenal. I'm looking forward to see if he's going to pull off something amazing.
Right as of now, I feel Worst Generation have a better build compared to Eternal Fate. Now, Eternal Fate on the attack have 2 lights to play with. So one of their lights has to be quick, precise, and maybe an informant. Needs to be a scout, running around in different directions, giving them the info, and then all of them jumping as a force to reckon with. Can they do that? They finally find a way in the offices. But do they successfully start the decryption? They've spotted one of the defenders, and therefore they cannot tread across the walkway. They cannot use it to move across the land and get closer to the terminal.
Interesting. Let's see what are the possibilities now. Decryption key in the hands. They are moving forward towards A. It's not going to be easy, as we do see that there are certain traps set. So now grenades are going to get them info. Dome is out. Oh, the toxic gas is going to hurt them. The turrets are also penetrating. The dome comes through, but the heavy is not going to stop. RPG-7 on his face. Blue walls are also getting initiated. As we can see, the attackers are low on their HPs. And so far, the defenders have not even converged. Oh, they have been detected. The positions are now clear. I don't think so they're going to go for a decryption right now.
40 seconds on the clock. Time's ticking here. Attackers lose their first. This is looking like Worst Generation will find their third first before Eternal Fate, even though they ended the half with the lead. As the portal uses the portal, they back off. Now where do they hit? They're already at B. Do they have the key here? If they get the key here, I think they can start the attack. The decryption can be started, and this hint has been gained from Worst Generation as well. They're taking the jump pad, making a run for it, chasing the rocket launcher, big kaboom, and they find the elimination. But quick retreat, quick hit coming in from the light, but it's only one for an exchange. He's all alone in a 1v4, eventually cleaned off. Worst Generation get to 3.
All right. They are pretty close to winning this one in their name. Skyway Stadium could be going in the name of Worst Generation. The way they are playing on their defensive half is amazing. Quick relocations. Interesting setups to play with, getting all the info that they really need. On the hindsight, Eternal Fate yet to open up in the second half. I would just love to see Lucifer, the tiebreaker, if that comes through.
Initially, I did talk about maybe the Worst Generation being better, but Eternal Fate have put up a fight for the fight. And right as of now, it can still be, as you said, going into the decider, it has to be Eternal Fate, figuring out of how their lights are going to function. So far, it's just them looking at what the lights can do better. But I'm still wondering, wait.
What are you doing?
I'm confused of what the heavy is doing with the shotgun, whereas the dematerializer being used. Maybe he's marking the spots, but okay, we'll eventually get an idea about what they want to do. But the main idea that we need is going to be what the attackers are doing here, Raider.
That's what matters. As attackers, they are on a very tricky spot. If they want to win this one, they have to go to the tiebreaker. But look at them. It's just holding for now. Let's see if they're going to find something crucial from here. The portals used decryption key in the hand. They are moving forward. Probably going to hit A, I believe. Oh, actually B. But the positions have been detected. Sonar grenades was efficient. The Lewis gun in the hand. This guy known as the Mighty IND Fawcett. He's going to pull through. Ooh, he gets one. What? Not just that, has got the RPG in his hand. He can pull off a few more frags from here. Had to back out a bit. Once again going to push in. Relocates and get his teammates the info that they need. As you can see, attack is failing.
It is, but immediately a defender falls. Now this is an opportunity, but diving into a Guardian turret, still his teammates do the job and they bring it into a 4v2. Now it looks like Worst Generation want to close it right here, right now. Finding another FCAR spray, knows where the player's running, spotted the dome as well, but they do not want to let go of the site of the terminal. They want to fight there because they know the key as well as more number of players are still inside the building, and finally find an elimination, and it's all about the last player. And with this, Worst Generation get map 1.
Alright, they do have a lead in their name. Skyway Stadium in the hands of one and only Worst Generation. Pretty impressive play, to be honest. The way it all started, I felt maybe Eternal Fate is going to get their rounds in their name. But the best part was, defense was yet to come in the favor of Team Worst Generation, and once that was in their name, the way they retaliated was also even more interesting. So yeah guys, with the 1-0 in their name, I think all they need is just one more map. I think they can do it, they can get it, but for that, have to watch out because Eternal Fate on the hindsight is also a very impressive team, and that's the reason why they have got those 2 rounds in their name. So I'm looking forward to see what other combinations they're going to pull through, what kind of specializations they're going to bring this time, what other switches will be there with respect to their gadgets, because that matters a lot. If you see, the defense was good from their side, but if you see the attack, totally failed on that.
Yeah, I think as we were talking about it, having 2 lights is good in terms of firepower. You're going to be able to do a lot of damage, but to do that damage, you need some kind of a cover. You need some kind of a protection. You need someone to also withstand the damage coming in, or maybe trade you out in an instant. But that, I think, is somewhere missing with their 2 heavies as we keep talking about it. You kind of certain times with the base of the game forget how fast your lights are and how slow your heavy are, and you kind of send out your light to initiate a battle. They rightfully do so, which is a battle they should, but then there's nobody to help them out, and that's where the miss happens. And I think that's what MVP Frozen Butcher took an advantage of. Worst Generation coming in with 7 eliminations, 5 assists, and has 4,284 combat score.
Well, indeed, a pretty impressive score. 3 deaths only, but the combat score looks quite good. That shows that in these 6 rounds that we witnessed, this guy was definitely all in. He was getting a lot of picks, and not just that, he was assisting his teammates. That is going to make him a very good MVP. But I would like to see some other faces as well in the following maps, because if that is the case, we will have an insight that every single individual from this team of Burst Generation is bringing in the right value. So far, good performance from Butcher. Needs to be consistent on his play, and then maybe it could be Burst Generation being the third semi-finalist.
Yeah, Eternal Fate initially showed us that they were better. We even spoke about how well Shooter played in the first round. That heavy was so impactful that the whole side of Earth Generation had to fear for him. And they were able to consecutively string 2 rounds in their favor. But after those consecutive 2 rounds, immediate third round was pulled off from Worst Generation. And if that did not happen, maybe there was a chance that Eternal Fate could have closed this, or at least gotten a 3-0 to start things off in the first half. As we spoke about Shooter, he is going to be coming in the second spot in their own scoreboard at 4 eliminations. Frag Rift is going to be having 4 eliminations, Berry with 3, Parag with 3, Flix with 2. I think Flix did not have a great game today. On the other end as well, it's been the top 4 fraggers, as you can see, 7, 7 and 6 and 5 eliminations, meaning World Generation have had their top 4 who did the best of the best, and that's the reason they've gotten a chance right now. But it's just map 1, we still have map 2. Map 1 was the pick of World Generation, and they've successfully taken it in their favor.
They have made a very good start, but will they be able to finish it off? That's the main question. Eternals on the other corner, Eternal Fate to be precise. They also did their impressive plays. If you see that every single guy was pushing in, getting that value for the team, it's just that the team failed when it comes to their attacks. So I think in the next map, they have to plan out in what way they are going to do the whole job, because the next one is going to be Monaco, if I'm not wrong, where Worst Generation is attacking. So you can once again start with some good defense rounds in their favor. At least 2 rounds needs to be in their name, and then in attack they need to get the other 2 if they are going to get just 2 in the first one, in the first half to be precise. But then again, I think the most important part here is going to be how Eternal Fate is going to compose their attacks next time, because that's where they failed, and that's the weakest point that they have got. I think West Generation is going to take that advantage against them.
I think Worst Generation are already in their minds, with them deciding to start off an attack, making Eternal Fate in a little bit of an off start on Monaco. Now, if they would have wanted, I'm pretty sure they would have wanted to have a second half of a defense, because we've seen so far all the teams that have played have been successful in their defensive halves more compared to their attacking halves, and that does tell us this does favor it as it should, because the defenders are the ones who are protecting the terminals. They can set up their gadgets, and that's the reason they were successful on it.
I totally believe your points, because I believe being consistent is going to be equally important for Worst Generation. They have learned some crucial points regarding what Eternal Fate is weak on and what they're good at. I think defense is a part where in Monaco you can be very efficient. If you have a good light in your favor, that guy can be very valuable with the cranes in his favor. But I think crane is a position which is quite vulnerable as well. A lot of people do know that you might be holding that position. And as a light, if you get connected with a reverse SR84, somebody from the other corner, you can be shut down, and there is nothing that you really do. Yes, you can go with the cloaking, you can go with the evasive dash to bail out from that equation, but still that damage and that information relay is going to be equally important for the attackers as well. So yes, I think Monaco is an open map. Yes, you do have a lot of buildings as well to play with. I think the attackers would be approaching from the buildings. On the hindsight, it will be a eagle eye perspective for the lights. So let's wait and watch what happens. But for that, a quick short break will be coming in. We'll be coming shortly after that. as promised, indeed, after a quick short break, yes, we are back at the finals Community Cup. We are diving into the action of quarter finale. We have already seen one good matchup in the favor of Team Watch Nation. Now the question is, Lucifer, is Eternal Fate going to come back in this second map, or are we going to see a 2-0 as usual?
Questions are a lot, right? And we've been asking this from day one. Please let us have a decider once at least. Can Eternal Fate push it there? Because we thought, okay, it's round 2. It is not going to be a decider map very soon. Then we ended up saying, okay, wait, there is quarterfinals. Here we should see some action. And we are at the last second quarterfinal action coming through. After this, we have one more to decide our all semi-finalists. And we still aren't able to see a proper decider, because this now game, if we talk about it, initially it looked good for an Eternal Fate, but when we jumped towards the side of Worst Generation, when they took control of the reins, there was nobody taking it away from them, and they looked cleaner than ever. And now from there on, when we jump into the map, which is not Worst Generation spec, but it is Monaco, it is not a new map, it is not a map which players have not played, so it is still going to be comfortable for Worst Generation. So I'm a little bit worried in that case.
Even I am looking forward to see if something crucial is going to come through from West Generation, or are we going to see Eternal Fate coming back into the picture? Because remember guys, it's 2 order equations. We don't have the double elimination brackets. It's just one BO3 that you have, and in that BO3 you fail, unfortunately you are out. But yes, you do have the equation of split 2 in which you can register, because that's again an open for all equation. For that you have to follow the socials, and also remember on 9th we will be starting that particular split 2. But for now, let's dive into the action. Let's see if something interesting is going to happen over here. Talking about the attackers, talking about one and only Worst Generation, we have Fawcett going on heavy, 2 heavies to be precise, 3 mediums this time. Interesting.
Let's hope and wait to see if they make a change. This change of 3 mediums, I'm not too sure, but as we were talking about, it depends on how the other team is playing, and they are also doing the same, 3 mediums, 1 heavy and a light. So I think right as now it's evenly gonna stand, because if there was only 3 mediums on Worst Generation and not on Eternal Fate, then it would have been trouble for Eternal Fate, because there's going to be a lot of gadgets that they had to be worried about. Now let's wait and watch of how Eternal Fate prep. Their prep on defense looked fabulous in the previous map as well. Can they do the same now?
Let's see what happens. Worst Generation on the attack, they were good, but they failed 2 times, so maybe yet another round from their corner. Dematerializer, always the best specializations that you can have, going wide open from the walls and then getting your approach. But as I said, Monaco is going to be a map where the attackers are for sure going to move through the buildings. They are not going to go from the rooftops, because if that happens, light is going to hunt them away. So yeah, as you can see, sneaky approaches throughout the buildings. But are they going to get spotted? They are trying to approach on B terminal. Well, the info has been revealed, and yes, they do have one individual holding this area. Have they spotted that? Sonar is going to get those infos, and yes, we can clearly see the damage being dished. RPG-7 in the hands. Heavies are looking forward to get some hefty damage.
Decryption started in between all this. That's a shocker, but this is going to be troubling for the defense, because they were in and around, but quickly, what? They decimate all of them. Only one attacker surviving. Defenders sweep the ground with them, and now that last attacker is also being cleaned off. It is going to be a fabulous Eternal Fate recovery coming through.
As usual, defenders always have the charming opening in the maps. I mean, when you are defending, yes, you have certain rounds that you might lose, but then again, you have the larger picture. You know that the opponent is going to come your way. You can set up, and that's exactly what Eternal Fate is also trying to do. Right now, they are just holding one particular side and setting up the another one, so that they can get the info from both the sides, and if somebody attacks A, they can relocate back. If somebody goes to B, they can relocate and once again get the upper hand. For now, on the A side, they are leaving some other heavies, I believe, but for now on the A, the terminal is pretty much locked in. As we can see, the proximity mines, the goo walls being appointed over there, and it's underground. So it's going to be interesting how the approach goes on, because for both the teams, it's a very narrow area to play with. It's going to be challenging.
Going through the forest as of now. Let's see if the approach is going to be closer to the terminal of the forest, and it seems to be the one. The defenders are not close, but they are in distance and range of getting to know if the players are closer. And yes, it looks like there's a fight being initiated. The gadgets that they deployed from the defenders, and they have realized that there's an attack coming in. Sonar used, they've been detected, forced off the position for now, but the attack is still there. Defenders trying to charge way before the attack happens, and the defenders lose one of their own.
The very first opening is already here. Defenders lost their first one. Eternal Fate definitely in trouble. They do have a one light, two, actually one heavy, and oh, the other heavy Flix is also going to get taken down. Now that's bad. It's already a 5v3 equation. Butcher also gets picked off. The previous map, sorry, MVP has been taken down. Frozen Butcher has been picked off with the jump pad. They're trying to relocate, but the player has been spotted. He's going to get eliminated. That is it for Fragrift. Now it all trickles down to the last two individuals, and now it's 1v3. Who is that guy? Let's see if he's going to be fruitful for him or not. Well, nothing so far. The attackers, they have opened up.
I think Worst Generation played it out smart here. They knew there's going to be openings, especially with the forest terminal coming through. This time it's going to be a restaurant and a hut. But when you have that terminal that we have seen quite often, they deploy their gadgets, turrets and just move away from it. And that's what Worst Generation understood, and they waited for Eternal Fate to attack them, and Eternal Fate directly decided to start charging upon them. And once they lost that first member of the defense, they knew this is their chance to strike upon them, and they kept striking. They kept hitting the hammer, kept hitting the glass as well, right? There's this glass molding, I forgot, glass blowing technique that people say you can only do and work on glass when it's super hot. If you try to mold it later, it breaks. And that's what here they were doing. Rather than breaking, letting it becoming crystallized, they decided as long as it results, just keep hitting it with the hammer, make sure it works in our favor, and they rightfully took that second round in their favor. Now Worst Generation have equalized the score right before we end the half, so this last round will decide whether Eternal Fate like last time can close on a lead, or is it going to be Worst Generation who are going to be taking the lead and also looking forward to closing as they switch to defense.
I think the way in the second round Worst Generation started by isolating individual defenders was something interesting. And first of all, they were able to pick apart a heavy, if I'm not wrong, and then they went on to take down some lights and finally onto the mediums. And the last man standing was also a medium, if I'm not wrong. So it was a very tricky equation for Eternal Fate as they lost one of the biggest tank that they had. That is, of course, the heavy. So once you lose that, no barrier meshes available for you, no other Lewis guns and flamethrowers and RPG-7s, whatever that heavy would have been having in that particular scenario is going to be out of the equation. So of course the team is going to be a little bit disoriented, and that's exactly what happened to them. Now with that, I think Worst Generation will be back with the momentum. They've already won one particular map. All they need is just one more, and for that they have already started. It's basically an equal 1-1 scoreline. Flix for now in the forest is being sneaky, pretty close to B, and as we can see, the decryption key is also slowly moving towards the B terminal.
Sonar on the ready. Defenders this time, they want to tread lightly. Even if the players are close by, they do not want to jump into a conclusion of a fight. Defenders are also attackers taking time. Finally, there's been a last tick. It seems to be a B hit on the hut. Now, defenders are heavy. We did at least spot 3 of the defenders holding out on hut. A Hechi being used, but it was inside the terminal, so I'm a little worried. They are not sure about what's happening. Now they're moving off. Defenders might be making the wrong call right now. The key is already at the hut, and look at this. Decryption has been started. The wrong call of moving away, and now they have to pay a price. But the retakes have been looking fabulous, right, Raider? Let's hope and wait if that happens again.
I think there's going to be a serious problem when it comes to retake because they just have 1 heavy and 3 mediums and 1 light to play with. That composition itself as a defender is not going to allow you to soak up a lot of damage. Yes, we do have the dome shield available, but as you can see, they are trying to go ahead and get the decryption. Oh, they are going to get it. That's amazing. One guy was just going ahead and trying to interrupt that decryption, and the other 3s, they were just lining themselves up to absorb all that damage on themselves, and that's how that sneaky few second decryption got interrupted.
Side switch, and now Eternal Fate close it with a lead. Now they have to go on attack, that's the problem. But when we talk about Worst Generation, where I initially thought it was a light in the mix, it is not. It is 2 heavies that they have and 3 mediums, meaning they have gadgets for all of the fights that they want to access. But it still looked weird from them in the previous game when they had so much gadgets. It looked like none of them were deployed on the B terminal. Now that's worrisome. Or maybe there's a data reshaper on the other end which came through for them, where Eternal Fate could not kind of get an idea about where the decryption key was getting planted, but they were successful enough in making a retake and stopping the decryption.
Well, the attackers currently are moving from the spiral. Actually, these are the defenders. The attackers on the other corner, they are moving from the streets of Monco. Finally on the rooftop. Light can hunt them. But is it going to be the case? Let's wait and watch. Oh, there you go. The shots are already coming in. And that's a medium who is punching them away. Another medium on the rooftop. But we are looking forward to a loss for one. The defenders are on a shaky start. The glitch trap is also going to punish them a bit. Dome shield is going to be efficient enough, soaking up all the damages. But the Lewis gun is just on par.
Attackers, they look better. They have all their numbers up. They are looking forward to hitting the B terminal. Wait, actually, are they turning the tides? But now, in a commotion of a fight, they lose one of their attackers, bringing it down,
more.
bring the numbers even further down as they get caught out in a fight outside. But attackers are rightfully answer back, bringing it back to a 3v3. The fight is still on. Attackers and defender, both of them not letting go of the chance. But where do they go for the terminal? 50 seconds on the clock. They have the key. They have a sight set on one of the terminals. But for them to hit that, defenders is surrounded it. Defenders have their gadgets ready. And now the key's been spotted. The key's been held down.
Yeah.
And what do the attackers do?
I mean, for the past 10 to 20 seconds, I've seen them doing the same exact stuff, and they're just guarding that particular decryption key because they do know that there is no decryption if they don't have the decryption key in their favor. So for that, they are just completely holding it up. And on the other corner, if you look at Fragrift and the other guy, they are already low when it comes to the HP. So they're not having that advantage in the name anymore. They have got the barricades working. One guy also has been picked off. It all trickles down to the last two. Well, the medium is going to push him, but nothing valuable so far. It is a 2-1 equation. Has to get him away. And they do get it. Worst Generation, a successful defensive round for them. This was the very first round after the halftime.
I think an initial commotion of a fight that they kept engaging in when they spotted the defenders, they lost control of the key, and somehow the defenders were able to climb up and they spotted the key, then put down barricades, just decided to make up a fortress around there. But for now at least, let's hope Eternal Fate, who are getting the initial eliminations, do not mess it up.
Well. What will Eternal Fate do? I mean, they have won 2 rounds. It's exactly like the previous map, if you see. They won the 2 rounds of their defense, and on attack, they're again failing. But look at this beautiful usage of a jump pad and the hook, because of the fact that they were able to use it. Now they are pulling this terminal onto the rooftop or pretty close to it so that they can guard it efficiently. But they've spotted the attackers and they're also coming from the rooftop. This is going to be interesting. Shots being exchanged. Lewis gun is also available. The heavy on the rooftop. Medium already soaking up the damage, and they already lose 1. But that's bad.
They're almost destroying the building as well. Players were forced off the roof. And now slowly overcoming it, using a jump pad, jumping across. The B terminal is spotted, but do they directly go to get that key in? Are they going to wait for an opportunity? It looks like they're opening up another opportunity. They've spotted the defenders. They want to take up a battle, but also look at the amount of Guardian turrets they've put down. But the key again, there's a mess up that every time Eternal Fate are doing. Previously as well, they had the advantage and
lovely.
they bring the key inside the room. And this time as well do that, and because of the number advantage, goes back to a 4v4. Make it even lesser as it is trembling and toiling down, and the numbers are falling for the attackers. One last attacker, and it's all down to Parag to save his team from giving away the 3rd point. It is right now at equals of 2 and 2. He puts down a gadget, bursts a player up, but it is not going to be enough as the 3rd Worst Generation clinch it.
I mean, I can agree on the fact that yes, the competition is getting even more fierce when it comes to the Battle of Quarter Finale, but the fact that it still could be a 2-0 is still haunting me, to be honest. Because look at this. A very efficient comeback coming in from Worst Generation. They've already won 2 back-to-back defensive rounds. All they need is just 1 more, or we might go to tiebreaker as well. That could be even more for interesting storyline to talk about. But for now, as you can see, Eternal Fate, they start in a very good way. They get to the first pick, but after that, Lucifer, do you want to decipher what happens to them?
It is basically them getting the key and gifting it away. We saw
Gifting
it
the rounds.
previously as well, right at the window. The
Yeah.
person carrying the key, I think it was the light, who presented the key to their opposition, and from there on they knew now this is our chance, because the players were separated, the players were in a ruckus, the players were in a commotion of wondering what they should do next. Again, they got in closer to a terminal. That's going to be A this time, and now they again find the opening on a defender. But how do they convert from here on? Data reshaper being used to spot out where the turrets are, but the terminal has been taken down with the data dematerializer. Do they get a chance to go through? Nice glitch trap.
Look at their HPs.
It is low. It is something that they have to be worried about, but they have the numbers still. They have to play a little more cautiously. Then they can get into the equalizer. Eternal Fate, they have the lead. They are close to the terminal, but can they start the decryption?
I think it's pretty tough right now. Look at them once again gifting away their decryption key for now, but eventually the player had
lost.
to back out. Yeah, it is lost, but it's basically a 3v3 equation. Now it's down to 3v2. They have once again put up the dome shield, and the player was pushing in, and that was Berry, who has been eliminated. It all trickles down to one last man. I want to see who is that guy. I want to see what he's going to do. But look at this dome shield play coming in. Not just that, they're just being efficient with their approaches, and that is Flix, a heavy who has got an M60 to play with. No
nothing
RPG-7 available. No domes. I think he has got one to work with. But other than that, nothing fruitful. He is going to go for the melees. But yes, we have the third semi-finalist, guys. And it is going to be Team Worst Generation with their best play.
I don't know. At this point, I was a little on the questions and on the doubtful end if how Worst Generation will make their comeback because Eternal Fate looked better. Their openings looked better. But now, them gifting those keys multiple times is just a mistake, and Worst Generation just capitalized round after round on top of it. And you could see again, Heavy was surviving, as you rightly said. Had a dome, I do not even count it at that point, because dome is just a barrier for your teammates, not for yourself. And especially when you're heavy, you cannot stay properly inside the dome. Your size itself is so large that you will eventually either put your arm out or one of the times put the barrel out, and you will eventually somehow seep out through the dome itself, or it's going to be destroyed. When it's a 3v1 situation, it is going to be just wrecked off, and that's what happened. It is a 2-0 for now Raider. Worst Generation did have a competition put up in front of them, but it was them sealing it, not giving Eternal Fate a chance to even push it to the decider in both the maps.
Also, along with that, it's quite disheartening to watch that every now and then. If you see in all the 3 rounds that were there in the second half, we got to see that Eternal Fate were opening up. It was basically a 4v5 for them, 4v5 fight for them. But what happens after that? They just start snowballing from there. They just start falling down. They just were getting tricked off, and eventually their decryption key was just every now and then getting gatekept. But now we have a different phase. Earlier it was Butcher, if I'm not wrong. Currently we do have Jolly, Joseph Jolly, being the MVP of the second map of Monaco. We have this guy getting 6 amazing eliminations, 4 assists. Along with that, just 2 deaths and a combat score of more than 4,500. That's amazing.
I was a little worried when I saw him in the previous game. In the scoreboard, he had just 2 eliminations. This time, he ends up becoming the MVP and tops the charts. Ace goes down to just 2 eliminations, but his teammates also helped him. Frozen Butcher at 5, Fawcett at 5, and Exotic at 4 eliminations. On the other end, we can see that the team had a good fight, Eternal Fate, but they were not having a fight together. Flix 5 eliminations, Berry 3 eliminations, Frag Rift with 3, Shooter with 3, and Parag at 2. I think the build composition that they had kind of did not work out of how they thought it could have been beneficial for them. They had the light in their Express to have quick movement across the map, which was happening, which was working. But it also seemed like the light was the one who was carrying the key around to start the decryption. And every time the light was moving around and light spotted an opponent, light would throw the key, immediately indulge in a fight, and the light would be the first one to be eliminated. And once that happened, I'm not saying the first elimination is coming in from the attacker, but it's the first elimination on the attacker's side that happens, and after that the key is completely lost. And then there's a battle to get the key back, not even to start or stop the decryption. But for now, after all of that chaos and commotion, we're going to cut to a short break. Semi-finalists, the last semi-finalist hunt is still on. It'll be starting in the next game. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Finals Community Cup. We just had our last second quarterfinalist, and now it's time for the echelon of the last quarterfinals, where we decide who's going to be our final semi-finalist, not the final finalist. How is it weird? You just have to turn around with these words and figure out what's the right way to say it. And now we have found it. My name is Lucifer. It is Raider joining me on desk. We're ready to bring in the last quarterfinals number 8, and to decide who's going to be our next team. And the fight is going to be between B team, and opposing them is going to be Horizon Skyesports. B team, when they were fighting a 5v5 yesterday, right, had a smooth run. They did not have trouble, Raider. But it was a 5v4. They were losing rounds. On the other end, Horizon Esports, they converted, they closed. But again, a tad bit shaky on their closure.
I have seen what B team can do, but Horizon on the other corner is also a very intriguing team. I can clearly see how they can come back into the picture, how they can be fruitful. B team, as you rightly said, it was quite ironic and it was quite funny for me, to be honest, because on a 5v5 equation, they were just rolling. They were just, I guess, completely shutting down their opponent. But in a 4v5 equation, they were the one who were losing the whole game. So that was very interesting to watch. But today is the day where they have to outshine once again if they really want to secure a spot in the semis, so that they can become the top 4 teams in the split 1, of course. But yeah, on the hindsight, Horizon Esports versus B team, this is going to be a fierce one. I'm waiting for the map veto. I would like to see what happens over there.
I think for everybody that we are seeing is waiting to see how the semi-finals is going to underway. Now let's quickly talk about the last quarterfinals. As we said, Horizon Esports and B team. B team should be the one in terms of their performance that we've seen so far, but Horizon Esports can also be a curveball. Just like how we expected Worst Generation and Eternal Fate, where Eternal Fate would be the curveball in the favorites. It seemed like Eternal Fate almost were about to put down Worst Generation, but ended up messing up in their play quite often. I couldn't even say once or twice. It ended up being that the opportunities found were being lost on their end, and I just hope Horizon Esports and B team do not do that. Now we were talking about B team being the B team, not the A team, so can we question the performance? But it's like the B is meaning the best team, and that's what they've been doing, besting their competition here in the Finals Community Cup. Now split 1. Now we talk about this, we mentioned that the top 4 is what you're fighting for. Now you get to top 4, 1 and 2 walk to the main event, 3 and 4 get to the LCQ. Now whoever wins here, they've sealed that they will have a chance to go to the main event, whether directly or indirectly. They still have a chance here, Raider.
Yeah, they have to be in the semi-finale if they really want to secure that particular spot in their favor. You can either be in the LCQ, the last chance qualifier, or you can just straight up go ahead and wait for the main event. Yes, either way, you're not going to be out of the tournament. You still will be having some chances in your favor. If I'm not wrong, on 14th of August, that is the date, guys, where we'll get to see the LCQ, the last chance qualifier. But let's revisit which are the 2 teams. It's Horizon Esports and B team, who are fighting for the spot of semi-finale. They are in the quarterfinals, match number 4. This is the last piece of the puzzle of semi-finale. We'll get to know who are the opposition, which particular team is the opposition of Worst Generation in the semi-finale match number 2. That's what I want to know. But Horizon Esports, because their members Nightmare, 90x Gaming, we have Speedy Glow, we have Zeb, we have Aditya. These individuals, they are amazing. But can they perform as a team today in the quarterfinals? That's the main important question.
Yesterday, out of the 2 maps, 90x Gaming had a wonderful MVP run on one of them, so I think we're going to be expecting him to do a lot. B team, we end up seeing Snappy Face, Walter, Satiman, Mr. Beebs, and Best Slam. Now, Mr. Beebs was one of the amazing light performers that we've seen in terms of the light build, especially with a sniper. His first bullet accuracy is literally an elimination. It's not just damage. He's been doing that to his counterpart of a light, whoever it was, but he was able to do it in the first map. Immediately in the second map, we did not see much coming in from Mr. Meep. So starting it off again, a sniper's playground is going to be Monaco. The next map is Sis Horizon, which I think the B team are still trying to master, and that is the reason they've picked this, even though Mr. Beebs did not have a great game yesterday. To end it all, Skyway Stadium.
I would like to see Skyway Stadium coming in. That's my only request from these guys, because trust me, from last, if I'm not wrong, 11 games, we have just seen 2 zeros. That's all. That's all we have been blessed with. No decisors so far. Yes, initially in few games we have seen tiebreakers, but then again no decider maps. Today, I really want to see
Yeah.
that, man. I think my wish is going to get fulfilled either in the semis or maybe in the finale. But quarterfinal, it might be again a 2-0 equation. But yes, I believe pretty soon B team will be looking forward to like get that initial advantage in their favor, or they can get shot down by Horizon. Who knows? We'll be waiting for that.
It's also depending on what the build and specialization and the gadgets are. Now, we did see in the previous game, Worst Generation coming out with 3 mediums and 2 heavies, no lights at all. And it worked out for them. They were able to withstand the blows coming in. Now, what kind of a composition, what kind of a build do these two teams bring out? It is 2 heavies so far that we have seen being the norm in all the matches. Rare side has been that 3 heavies coming through, very rare, but IND only do that. On the other hand, it's going to be single heavy also being a rare side these days. It seems like the norm is turning out to be the 2 heavies, because heavy can also have an explosive mine, making the mediums carry the other gadgets such as the glitch trap, the gas mine, and things like that. Now in this, you can see it is 2 lights, 1 heavy and 2 mediums being played, and the mediums, one having a dematerializer as a specialization, another one the guardian turret. So there's not going to be a lot of turrets for the defense side of things on the second half, but at least on the attack, it's only going to be single. But let's see if this works out. It is time to start and kick things off on Monaco.
Alright, the time has come to rule, to shine, to overpower your opponents. Horizon Esports starting as the attackers, of course. They're going to have a tough time penetrating this terminal setup of Monaco. I think, yes, it is going to be very interesting to watch how the whole equation goes on. But the barriers are off. Good start has to be there. Once again, I believe the approaches are going to be either from the streets or from the buildings of Monaco. And once they are close to terminal, probably they're going to hit A, because that's closer from where they are starting off from their spawn. Maybe they're going to go for A, but I cannot see anyone from the defender side. Where is B team? They're miles away. They are on the rooftops, but finally they're going to penetrate probably.
Yeah, I think they're going to let them enter if they want to start a decryption, but they will look forward to the first elimination. This is what we spoke about. They always find the first, and looks like they're about to find the second as well. A player used the zip line, climbed up, he was pushed down, but he had bare minimum health as he was walking across. Sonar did give them a single tick. Nightmare closing off the walls with the dematerializer. He has no movement right as of now because gas all across. The health is also a tad bit lower. One of the players that's going to be Best Slam, even Water as well. He has been trickled back to his threshold of 100. But let's see if he's going to be progressing further. Dematerializer ready. They open it, but they cannot spot the terminal.
It's pretty interesting, Lucifer, that B team has no heavies. They have 3 mediums to work with and 2 lights. Pretty interesting. What an approach.
So far away.
But yeah, he is now going to be even more further as he has been taken down. It's basically a 3v5 equation for now. And the players are quite low. As you can see, the HPs are depleting. This is not looking good. There you go. It's a 2v5. Yes, the shotgun is not effective. And the last man standing, where is he? He was trying to get the decryption started, but he has to evade Aditya. He won't be fulfilling the dreams for now. It's a 1v4 equation, and finally, it's a 4v1. And all they have to do is just interrupt this decryption. They have enough amount of time, and there you go. The defenders interrupted the decryption. That means we have a win in the favor of B team.
He was able to stop the decryption or interrupt it from happening twice. But eventually, being a light, you cannot expect much from him, especially just having an XP 54 and not being in range. Maybe if he had another weapon, maybe there could have been a chance. But attack looked a little disjointed coming in from Horizon, even though they started the decryption. But that's what B team wanted, for you guys to go in, get trapped, and from there on, the retake happening. Now, B team put down a plethora of mine traps on construction. And this is not going to be a cakewalk at all. For them to dice this around, they might need a data reshaper, which enables all the gadgets to be turned in their favor. But for that to happen, it's going to be tough for them.
Look at the setup, man. At least 6 to 7 mines are there. Turrets are available. And this guy, Mr. Beebs, was just so phenomenal in Kyoto. I was blessed to watch that firsthand, but let's see if I'm going to see and look at some more fierce action from his corner, having the crane. Oh, what? Already a 4v4? That's cutthroat. That's pretty cutthroat. From the start, Mr. Beeps has nothing, but the decryption has already been started. This could be tough. This could be tough. From the forest, we can clearly see Nightmare retaliating, repenting those defenders coming into the picture, but it's already a 3v3 equation. Things are toppling down for both the sides.
Oh wait, attackers lose another man. Now look at the hunt coming in from Mr. Beeb. He's like, I'm going to check each and every corner. Now they spot the turret. They're going to destroy it for sure. The turret going down, meaning the attack forces have even been lessened. Somehow they find one of the defenders, but look at this, they are already stopping the decryption. They have to someone push up. They try to push up. They're trying to find the player who's trying to interrupt the decryption. They successfully do so, and it's all down to Mr. Beebs. Mr. Beebs trying his best, but the goo gun being used over there, he is unable to move around. He's being stunned. He brings it down to a 1v1 situation, but the medium strikes, and with that AK, the attackers get the first.
Mr. Beebs. In Kyoto, you were useful, you were fruitful, but when it comes to a map like Monaco or a map like Cis Horizon, I think things will be changing, because if you see, the attackers were sneaky enough to approach towards that on a bridge, and eventually they were able to start the decryption. So when it comes to a 1v2 equation, having that SR-84 can be beneficial, but only if your aim is good at that point of view. But with the goo gun, we can clearly see that the hurdles were created for him. And unfortunately, B team lost one. But the case is still wide open. Still 5 more rounds in this BO7 type of equation for this very first map. We would like to see what is going to happen up next. And Horizon Esports, can they come back with one more? If in attack they get 2 rounds, I think they can be at a very safe spot when it comes to their defense.
Zeb seems super quick this time. Using the cloak, he's already made his way close to the A terminal. But he's going to act as a scout. He does have a sonar. He does have a nade as well. Let's see what his thoughts are on it. He's given Q that there's nobody close to A terminal, so they can make their way through. I think one of them also have a dematerializer. We did see 2 defenders. Now Zeb gets caught by the turret as he gets closer to the A terminal. Now that tells them there's some kind of a shenanigan happening at the A terminal, and the defenders will be ready for it.
Positions have been detected. Even 90x Gaming's position has been revealed, so I would like to see what he's going to do. So far, yes, the decryption key is pretty close to the terminal, but not yet starting the decryption. So maybe once they go ahead and get that approach done, that will be interesting. But what was that, Beslam? You had to check your points. Easy trade, but who? What? What is happening? Players are getting just shut down from left, right, and center.
They're surprising each other, right? As of now, 90x Gaming spotted a player, but he's getting glitch trapped. He's getting hit by the turret. He's getting hit by everything that the defense have to throw. And now the defenders, they're trying to search things out. They successfully do so. They exchange the blows, bring it to a 1v2, and a quite sneaky surprise was about to come to the defenders, but quickly turning around 180, they get their second and also end the round with a lead. And now changing sides. Let's see what happens, because Horizon Esports, they go into attack mode now.
This is the time where Horizon can come back.
Oh, sorry. Horizon go into defense.
Yeah, I was talking about the comeback that they can make. The only thing that they had in the first half was basically 1 round, and that too was pretty interesting. I mean, the approach was quite good. They went down to the B terminal, started the decryption, and was able to attack and eventually get the whole decryption interruption controlled in their favor. They were able to stop that interruption to come. So that was pretty interesting for me. But now, from the streets of Monaco, slow, passive approach. They're definitely evading when it comes to those sneaky SR-84 shots. Yeah, they're just trying to evade those beautiful hefty shots coming onto them. Let's see if they're going to be fruitful or not. As an esports, as you rightly said, they are the defenders. B team, for them, winning these rounds are going to be very, very important if they really want to move forward in the semis, if they really want to get at least the LCQ in their name, the last round's qualifier to be precise. But on the rooftops, we can clearly see the defenders, they're getting the ELI perspective.
90x Gaming could not spot any of this as they were traveling across the other side of the church. Now they've gotten closer. 90x now does give the call that they've entered, but they've already lost a defender. 90x Gaming, this is going to be tough for him, but he uses a jump pad. This can be an opportunity for him. He spots a player. This is an opportunity to find an elimination as well, and he does. But in the meantime, attackers start the decryption. Defenders on the other end, they're spotting these attackers. They're taking their health bar low, and they are trying to take them out, but the attackers are relentless. They're finding an exchange. They're keeping the numbers up for themselves, but it's down to a 3v3. Zeb makes it happen, but can they stop the decryption?
The Spiral says, Speedy Globe with RPG7, patiently waiting. Not just that, even Satiman doing the same. Water back to his 120 HP. He's even going to be effective, I believe. Let's see if that's the case. Oh, the turret. Will it detect? Yes, indeed, the detection is there. Turret indeed is shooting. Oh, it's already a 2v3. Now it's down to one last man. And he's also going to get countered pretty soon. Has got the barricades appointed. But nothing fruitful so far. One round in the favor of team known as, if I'm not wrong, Horizon. And on the hindsight, B team, they have already opened up when it comes to the second half. So kudos to that.
B team already on map point. Verge of pushing it to Sis Horizon. They've been working together as a team really well. They did get spotted and also spotted the defenders. They were able to take down players from Horizon Esports, but Horizon, they're the ones who are lagging behind right now. They do not have numbers to push them to a chance of winning this map. What do Horizon do? This is their pick and they've not found a balance here. They've got one round, but that doesn't strike balance. They need two more at least to push it to the decider.
Indeed. All B team requires is just one more round in the name. And if they get it, yes, Monaco will be in their favor. Then Sis Horizon, even tougher map, is going to be challenging. But 90x Gaming is getting the info. He's hitting the players from the forest. From this rooftop advantage, he's reeling all the info that they need. And there you go. Best Slam this time is going to be effective enough. Usually plays on heavy, but this time he's approaching with a light. And he has been so far effective with the cloaking. He's now pushing in. He's trying to get all that info where the players could be, towards the fountain, into the forest. I think the terminal is going to get capitalized. They are going to get the decryption started pretty soon. But even before that, I think they need to get the control. And they're wide open, and that's why they're just getting clutched from every now and then. Oh no, but oh, this is not good. Nightmare is going to get stopped. It's a 3v4. Decryption yet to start. Time is running low. They just have 1 more minute to play with. I think they're just going to go with guns blazing and shut their opponents away.
Yeah, because defenders are giving them a chance of fights and they're loving it. B team is like, okay, you want a head-on fight? We will take the head-on fight. There is 50 seconds on the clock. All we need is 4 seconds to get the key in. And now defenders one after another going all out. Last heavy here with a KS-23. Long-range shotgun doesn't work. They've already started decryption as well, making the matters worse. And they chase him as B team get map 1.
No answers whatsoever from Horizon Esports in their defense. I'm so surprised to watch this. See, the fact is they did not went down to the A terminal in this last round. They went down to the B terminal, which is quite wide open. But they still were able to get it in their favor because one by one, the opponents were coming in and they were like, shut us down. Another one will come, take him down as well and take the round away.
Good play coming in from B team. They wanted the win. You saw how well they were playing. They had nice composition. Their competition was on par. Whereas Horizon Esports were a little outmatched in that because we could clearly see 90x Gaming was always on top of info. He was getting it, but also it felt like after knowing about that information, trying to fight with it immediately might have not been the right call. He could have spoken about it in terms of a strategic call and then decided all the defenders to go through to for a fight, but it ended up happening that you saw 90x made the call. He was the initial one to start the fight. Zeb was able to swoop in, find the initial elimination. That was the opening for the defense, but after that, where were the defenders? What were they planning to do? As soon as they knew they lost control of Shed, everything was lost on their end. Snappy Face, he's going to be the MVP with 9 eliminations, 4 assists and a big sum of the combat score at 6,131.
Wow, this is the highest I believe, Lucifer. So far,
it has.
I've not yet seen any individual getting this one. I have seen close to like 5,200 or 5,300, but this guy with 6,131, now that's huge. And just a single death in, I believe, 6 rounds? 6 or 5 rounds, I think.
Yeah.
This was pretty interesting, the way he approached. Yeah, go on.
It's interesting indeed. He said 5 rounds and he has 9 eliminations, just a single death. Does tell us that he is on top of his game. There's nobody who can put him down. And along with him, we can talk about his teammates as well. Water coming in the second spot at 7 eliminations. Satiman at 6. Best Slam and Mr. Beebs, they never needed to kind of put their best foot forward. All the heavy lifting was being done from their top 2 fraggers. Mr. Beebs, yes, this was his map. He did not find much value. You could see how well even Horizon Esports were maneuvering around the buildings. You need to give credits to 90x Gaming. We spoke about him yesterday, was the MVP man. Today is also for his team as a top fragger, but it is not going to be enough for them to move into Sis Horizon with a lead.
I mean, that's why I said, because individual performances are quite good from these guys as well when it comes to Horizon Esports, as you rightly said, 90x Gaming, Zeb, even Nightmare for the same sake. I would like to see these are three phenomenal individuals, but in order to function as a team, you have to be efficient as a team, and at the same moment, you have to probably get some good rounds in your favor so that you can build that momentum from the get-go. And the very first round that they got was one of those rounds where Mr. Beeps failed. He had that SR-84, nobody was spotted from the crane, and then he had to drop down because the terminal was decrypted, or started to decrypt on the underbridge, if I'm not wrong. So from there, it was tactically pretty tough for Mr. Beeps. But other than that, if you see Snappy Face, whenever he was alive, he did the heavy lifting. And in the only round when he got countered, the round was out of the hand. So that really shows that maybe one individual is overpowering, but as a team, still B team was much more efficient than you guys. But now it is all trickling down to Sis Horizon. We might see a 2-0, we might see a start of new beginning.
We've been talking about two problems that we end up seeing from a lot of teams. One is it's only they keep winning on the defense side of it in terms of rounds and even the maps. The second one is going to be the problem that they are unable to function well on attack. Now, there are just two teams we've seen so far who have been good both on defense and attack. And as I said about the problems, who have cleared both of it is B team as well as IND. Now, IND have already qualified into the semi-finals. B team, this is their quarterfinals game that they are fighting for to get to the top 4 spot and then make sure that they will be at least in the main event. Now, are they going to be directly in the first or the second seed, or are they going to go to the LCQ is going to be something that we have to wait and watch. And on the other end, the team which just won Worst Generation are watching their game, because Worst Generation will have to fight with the winner of B team and Horizon Esports. So if it's B team, they can rightly see their competition level where it stands at, as B team are looking better than them today.
Yeah, definitely they are. I mean, one of the most fruitful individual that was yesterday, Mr. Beebs, he had just one elimination. That's all. But still, the team was able to get that value in their favor because of Snappy Pace. And even Satiman, for the same reason, I would like to say he was not that valuable. But I still believe that as a team, Mr. Beebs and his teammates are looking way too efficient. B team could be winning this Horizon map in the name. But I guess at the end, there is another fact. Horizon, as our individual particular players, they have some big names in their favor. They have some of those individuals who have done a lot in the past. Although, yes, we do remember that this is basically the quarter finale where the challenges are even more on par. It's going to be a bit difficult for Horizon Esports to come back, but this is the only way that you can be back into the equation of Split 1. If you lose from the quarter finale, remember you have to start off the journey from the open qualifiers to the round 1 to the round 3, round 2, and then eventually the quarterfinals once again in the Split 2. That is going to be a hard fought battle, and maybe, as we have speculated a lot, as we have asked our individual viewers a lot, that you guys also read, figure out what is happening in the game, and be there in the Split 2. We want to see some new faces, we want to see some new teams. As this is the new game, it's an open spot. You can take the spot.
It is indeed. 32 teams itself joining us here in the Split 1 is good to know that the finals is in the right direction. So you guys are also right now at the level playing field, as we kept talking about it. But before we start the next game, which is going to be on Sister Horizon, there's going to be a short break. Don't go anywhere.
only question remains same, guys. Who will win the last spot in the semi-finale? We'll come back once again after a quick short break in the finals Community Cup. I am Raider. With me, we do have Lucifer on the desk. And the question I wanted to ask you, Lucifer, do you think B team has got that capability in them? I think the answer would be yes. But what are the reasons that you have?
I think their composition, their
Okay.
communication, their strategy that they have, right? We see an MVP player on the other end of Horizon Esports is 90x Gaming. He's been performing really well since yesterday and all the games that we've been seeing from his end on stream so far. But B team is a team together. Now you see the star fragger yesterday was in the first map, Mr. Beeps. Today he just has single elimination. And there were other players who stepped up for that. Snappy Face was there. When we joined into Sis Horizon, which was a bad map for Mr. Beeps yesterday, it was again his teammates lifting the spirit up. So it feels like B team have countermeasures inside their own teammates to figure out what works best. And now going out with, oh my lord, it is 4 mediums. Now I do want to see if this works or if this doesn't, but if this does work, it's going to be interesting. And this is brought to you by none other than B team. They're going in for 4 mediums. 3 turrets, 1 dematerializer.
Wow.
Those turrets are going to be annoying. 2 lights and 2 heavy and a medium, I think I saw from the defenders.
I think we have already seen what happened in Monaco, the setup that these guys were building with those mediums, the proximity
Yeah.
mines and the turrets. And this time we do have 3 turrets. I think 1 for each side, and I believe that whichever side is going to get attacked, they can easily set up that particular side as well. But for now,
1 for each side, 1 for the enemy.
yeah, that could be the case. But for now, Horizon Esports is starting with the defense. I would like to see what kind of a setup that they're going to make on the hindsight in Sis Horizons, going through the blocks. It's going to be pretty challenging for anyone who loves to play on SR84, and I'm talking about the lights. That's why the XPs are going to be utilized, I believe, in this particular map a lot from lights. But a good approach could be coming in from B team. They're already approaching A. The
Spotted.
sonars will be getting that info. Now this is going to be interesting. This is going to be challenging. Another sonar. The detections are coming in, and they've got that info that yes, it's a A hit.
Cut turret placed. Attackers lose their first already. Defenders keeping their distance. Horizon Esports not indulging in a direct head-on battle, and now the first one lost water. They're not sure how to trade him out because time's done of it. They still are closer to the A terminal. They do have a 1 dematerializer, but do they get one? Look at this, right behind them. Snappy Face spots 3 of them walking across the stairs, but he was not quick enough to do damage. Now Mr. Beeps has switched just like yesterday into the XP54. This submachine gun, can it find value? But before he could even get closer to the opposition, his opposition are taking down his own teammates down to the last 3. The attackers need to figure approach. Zeb, he spotted another attacker. He is going in for the kill, and he does rightfully find that. And now he spots another in front of him. He's dodging and weaving because he knows it's also a light who can do heavy damage. Chases the light, and here Mr. Beeb wins the duel, but he is on a 1v3. Can he find another? Ooh, he's done the damage. He was very close to find that elimination. Hits the reload and tries to run in with that, but the pump action puts an end to the attackers. The first round, Horizon Esports on defense make it.
Good play from Horizon Esports. They were building some good trade fires, I have to say this, because if you see, even in the last fight, I thought maybe Mr. Beeves is going to counter him. Maybe it's going to be a 1v2 equation, the way he was falling back. I thought maybe he's going to go for the HP recovery, but that was not the case. He was making himself visible in a crossfire angle so that his teammate is going to shut him down with his shotgun. That's exactly what happened. So a very impressive play coming in from both the sides, but Horizon one step ahead as they do have their 1 round in their name. The defensive half definitely looks good for Horizon Esports so far, but can they pull a few more rounds in their name with the Goo Gun once again blocking up the entrances and the stairs as well, so that they will have, I mean, the attackers will have some challenges to like open up and eventually come to the Z terminal. So it's going to be interesting to watch how that happens. A is a little bit further. They are approaching on B, but the mediums and the lights that are there from the other side, they're also pushing in. XP 54 is going to be the weapon. F-Cars, of the most beloved weapons that we have seen so far, but attack has to be efficient this time from the side of B team, otherwise it will be a 2-1 scoreline or maybe even a 3-0.
I think they're not worried much on B team's end because they know having 4 mediums towards the second half of it is going to be troublesome than the 2 mediums, 2 lights and 1 heavy on the side of Horizon Esports. So for Horizon Esports, it's much more important they win. Dematerializer out of the mix, out of blue. They get to the terminal, but the key is not in their hands. It is on the upper floor. Somehow they made it in, but finally one of their teammates, they get to know they're inside. They ask for the key, they start the decryption, and this was a little bit weird. They blocked it all off, as you can see, with the goo. But the players managed to make it through with the dematerializer, which did not cross their mind. And now they're making use of the goo canisters and closing off the opening at the dematerializer.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Let's see what kind of approach the defenders are going to make. They still have 30 more seconds to play along with. They do have that timing, but on the hindsight, we can clearly see that yes, the attackers are losing their manpower. They're getting tagged quite a bit. Oh, they lose one more. It's already a 3-5 equation down to the last three individuals. The heavies with the Lewis gun. Look at them going all in. Even with the RPG-7, they're being just effective. Oh, look at that block with the glue gun. That was good. It's already a 2v5. Now down to the 4 members. Players are quite low, but the timer, it is going out. But can they go ahead and get it done? No, not at all. B team is going to secure their very first attack round. With that, it's 1-1, just like the previous map of Monaco.
It was very close. They were trying to stick in the decryption.
Yeah.
And on the other end, they were trying to stop it as well. But eventually, B team did make it work. It was closer. We did see somebody trying to interrupt it, put a stop to it. But they did not have 6 seconds. They were getting interrupted by opponents trying to spam them. And that was a good play, at least we could say, to save themselves in the round. Otherwise, that 2v4 could have worked in the favor of defense. That is, Horizon Esports could have found their second. Now they will feel worried. Horizon Esports losing that round even with the number advantage that they had, and also trying to interrupt the decryption very early on. If they did, they could have had a chance. Now they have to be worried that they should close the lead on the half. Otherwise, it is going to be B team who are going to be happy with 4 mediums walking into the second half on defense.
Alright, let's wait and watch what happens next. This is going to be interesting.
They committed a zip line.
Yeah. I mean, it was a little out of the box, but it worked. They're already pretty close to the terminal. And they once again go ahead and get a sneaky decryption started. They're approaching the B. Turrets are appointed. This is the last round of attack for Team B team. They need to pick up the pace. Oh! Hefty shots from the XP. Connections were made. The player is going to push back a bit, but the attackers, they are failing once again as they've lost their very first.
Attackers always lose the first, but there is always the retaliation. They find one back. Another being spotted from Beslam. But he knows it's across the terminal. Again, Horizon, they lose one more as the attackers try to surge through. Detected with the sonar, but they have the number advantage, so they're not worried about the sonar as of now. They want to get closer to the terminal. 50 seconds on the clock. Defenders running all across. Rocket launcher RPG spotted a player. The key is in their control. They send the rocket launcher off, but it misses its target. Then comes in the KS, but the KS is unable to find the elimination. Elimination is, however, found from Zeb on the flank. That was a good one, and the key is almost in control for the defenders. And if they play this out right, defenders, Horizon Esports, will be able to get their round number 2. But the key finally gets taken. Zeb chases. Zeb should find the elimination, but there was a cover fire. Therefore, Zeb couldn't do much, but they know where Zeb spotted the key going to. So they know it should not be towards B. There might be an error, but actually committing towards B. What is this? The problem is going to be them losing this. Attackers maybe making a blunder here, but they're actually fighting with it, bringing down to a 2v2. Speedy Global has to hold his calm, but then there is the fight. Time takes to 0, and also they lose the last defender. Attackers get the second, meaning B team get a chance to close it in the lead.
All they need is just 2 more rounds in the name, and they could be closing the gap and going straight up to the semis. Oh my god, this is quite fierce. The challenge that Horizon is putting, but the way B team is retaliating is something quite interesting. I am looking forward to see what happens next.
0 over there. Defense won in the previous round, but it was not them. It was them eliminating the defenders completely.
Yeah. It was down to the last 1v1 fight, and in, I guess, a span of like last few 5 or 6 seconds, they were able to like clutch the round. That was pretty interesting, I mean, from their corner. But now, B team will be defending. Attackers, Horizon Esports. Let's see what's your play. Let's see what you are going to bring to the table. Because if you see, the very first round for Horizon Esports was beneficial. But after that, they were completely shook and they were completely shut down.
They're going to be now fighting against 4 mediums. Meaning there are 3 turrets, 1 dematerializer, and as we spoke about it, 2 on the terminals, 1 for the opposition. And look at this, 2 mediums and a light playing together. That's going to be 3 heavy damage dealing players. And why is Zeb all alone here? And now Mr. Beebs will try to chase Zeb. Zeb is trying to run away as quick as he can.
Whoa,
But no,
what?
he walks right into a complete buttload of players of the opposition.
Oh
but
my
still
God.
surviving.
Oh, he
Mr.
goes for the
Beebs
cloak.
uses the cloak. But the detection, the last stick of the sonar catches him. And the defender, they do lose a player. But there's this flank. There is still a 4v3 situation. Zeb doesn't win the battle. And now the defense is going to look stronger than ever. Zeb has to reposition. If he doesn't, then their attackers will lose another.
Oh, with the AK, you can see the players are faltering down. Water getting a bit low, but he's back to 100 HP as he's the light. But let's see if something crucial comes through from here. As you can clearly see, the mediums, they are doing something amazing. I mean, even Water is actually a medium, my bad. And let's see what happens next. Is 3v4 equation down the stairs. We do see the connection. The shotgun could be efficient. No, that's not the case. We are down to the last man standing, and with the FCAR. And that guy also gets shot down. Oh my god. That's a good opening. That's a very, very good opening coming in from B team.
4 mediums, you can't do much. And then 2 mediums and a light playing together while they're finding eliminations. And especially for Mr. Beebs to find an elimination and even get away. That shouldn't have been allowed. They should have been able to trade it out immediately. And once similar things kept cascading, it's done for. And now with already map and series point for B team, it is going to be tougher than ever for Horizon. Horizon, they know this is a tough deed to complete. This task is out of their reach, but if they do it, it is going to be laurels that we will be singing about them. Now for them to get to 3-3, they have to win 2 consecutive rounds against the mediums hold of all the gadgets. Zeb again, the first one across. Now right behind him are the Key and the other players trailing. Zeb has spotted one, indulges in a duel, but that does give their position away, and now they're being hit with a sonar's mark.
The weapons have been revealed. Horizon, they are making sure that the attack is going to be feasible enough. I mean, with the dematerializer, I guess they can bring that terminal back onto the ground floor. I guess that is the approach that they're following up. Oh, this was good. Cloaking and then finally getting Mr. Beebs out. Gets the elimination done and dusted. Zeb on a light is just phenomenal. But can they get more? Oh, he gets one more. Now that's bad for team B team.
Oh, look at this again. Zeb spotted the third, but he got spotted earlier and therefore he had to wait an opportunity. Is there a dematerializer medium player still alive? And there is the move. Zeb is looking phenomenal. He has found 3. Can he find a lot more? Uses a vanishing bomb to run away, but he knows he doesn't want to give him the doorway space. There's a vent. He breaks it open. He did not spot the player. The player actually fell down. His teammates have found one, and it looks like we are going into the next round as the attackers, that is Horizon, get their second. There might be a chance here as we move into maybe the last round of this half. Or maybe a decider after this, if and only if Horizon get it to 3-3.
It's getting closer and closer now. Tiebreaker could be coming in from here, and after that, of course, if somehow it is going to be B team, or to be precise, if it is going to be Horizon Esports, then we are definitely going to go for the decider. But Skyway Stadium is still miles away, I would like to say. Let's see if this attack is going to be feasible enough from the corner. Horizon Esports, so far in the previous one, you did wonders. But there were some blunders also being done by B team. Otherwise, that round could have been theirs. All they need is just one more. If they lose this one, it will be a tiebreaker. And then I believe the only advantage or the mental imbalance that you have created against Horizon Esports is going to get shut down. And Horizon Esports could be coming back into that tiebreaker as they will have that momentum. But let's see what happens. B team. Will they spot? Yes, they did. The glue wall is appointed, but they have spotted.
Mr. Beebs going in with a cloak and then elimination, but he sees the evasive dash coming through. He's still trying to chase them. He catches one of them, but he spots another as well, and that puts an end to Mr. Beebs. That is defense losing one of their first. Are they going to lose more? Yes, it seems like, but the defense bring the numbers to an equal of a 3-3. There is still the game that is on. It doesn't seem to be, it is ended right as of now. Dematerializer used. Defense can spot through the opening. Oh, pyro being used. It was almost covered, but now with the pyro being used, it will again have open space. The key is closed. They should be able to start the decryption, and it seems like they are going to try their opportunity. But this is a player who wants to stop them from doing it. They try, but they fail. Decryption gets started, and now it's time for the attackers to defend the decryption to its completion.
This is going to be challenging from both the sides, I would like to say. Dematerializer being utilized. They are pushing in, but will they be useful enough? Let's wait and watch. Oh, they spotted one. They can pick him off. Nightmare goes off. The man getting the very first pick, but instant retaliation, instant trade fires. The glitch trap is obviously going to confuse a bit. Man also getting tagged quite a bit by that light who was in the cloak. Arcade's appointed. There you go. It's 2v1 now. Zeb pretty low, has got the cloaking, but he is going to get countered. Easy decryption coming through. Interruption, my bad, for the decryption is going to come through. And with that, the defenders will be winning, and B team is going to be the final semi-finalist.
Welcome to the top 4, lads. It is time for B team to make an entry. But this was a tough battle. Horizon Esports, kudos to them. I thought the scoreline would end at a 4-1, but they did push it to the second, and it also looked like they could have had the third and push it to the decider. It was as close as we could have thought of, but I think having the numbers up, isolating the players separately, and then figuring a way through. If Zeb and I think it was Speedy who were the last 2 players surviving, if they were together or if they were able to relay information, there could have been a chance for Horizon to push it to the third, but unfortunate, they were not close, and even if they were, both of them were super low. You could see both of them were waiting for recovery on their health to back to 100 on one and the other to a 150, but 10 seconds they did not give them. The defenders were quick on their heels. B team did not want to push it to the decider, and with that we have our last semi-finalist. But it was a run for the money that Horizon Esports were able to push B team to.
It was indeed a very, very, very good run for B team, because Horizon, yes, they were coming very close, but at the end, some minute mistakes that they had, that they made, were the only mistakes that they are going to make so far in split 1, because their journey is going to end right here. You just have one single elimination to play with, and if you fail in that, if you fail in these BO3 equations, you're out, and that's exactly what is going to happen to Horizon Esports. But I think there are certain gaps that even B team needs to fill. Otherwise, their run in the semi-final is not going to be easy. First of all, that is going to be their approaches. Second, I think the setups that they're trying to make, they're like heavily compliant onto their setups when it comes to those 1v1 fights. The way Zeb was able to exploit the cloaking, and then the way he was playing on the stairs was just so phenomenal. I mean, that are the kind of attacks where you can fail as a B team.
Yeah, I think that was just kudos to heroics of Zeb coming through. Mr. Beebs, last time we spoke about this Horizon, it was not his game. This time he says it is. 6 eliminations from his end, 2 assists, 3,351 combat score coming in. Not as big as his teammate Snappy Face in the previous map, but still doing good job. Good justice to bring his team to the semi-finals now. From semi-finals, which they are going to be playing now, meaning maybe around 30 minutes later is what we are going to be seeing the semi-finals, where Mr. Beebs and his squad of B team is going to be challenging the just now winners who have taken down Eternal Fate, and Worst Generation is the name that they have to go again. So it is going to be an interesting fight between these two. Worst Generation also are a firepower heavy team, but as you said, very reliant on their setups. But the setup was not great, even though they had 4 mediums. So I was a little surprised, but surprising was not Zeb. Man was a monster. Man was running around eliminating everybody right, left and center. 12 eliminations. His combat score might be a total which is better than I think the whole side of B team, but unfortunate this game Aditya could not show up. He has 0 eliminations, 0 assists, and just deaths all across the board.
This was very intriguing. I mean, the stats, look at that, 12 eliminations. Are you serious? I mean, that's a huge score, but then again, it's a team effort that has to be counted. And on that point, Mr. Beebs, Water, Best Slam, Snappy Face, Satiman, they did wonders, and that's why they are now going to be the semi-finalists. Look at the brackets, guys. We initially had 32 teams. From there, we dropped down to 16. In the quarterfinale, we had 8 amazing teams, and from there, yes, we do have now the top 4 teams. 1100 Gat versus IND will be up next. Then we'll get to see the semi-finals match number 2, Worst Generation versus B team. That's how the schedule is going to go. And after that, of course, the grand finale of Split 1 will be coming in. And for that, you have to wait. You have to see who are the 2 teams visiting that spot.
Do let us know in the chat of what you think, whether it's going to be level 100 Gyat, IND, Worst Generation, or B Team. Now, any of these 4 teams could step into the grand finals, but all these 4 teams have confirmed one thing, that they can be a part of the main event. Whether, as I spoke about it earlier, do they enter directly into the main event or they go to the LCQ? But congratulations of being the top 4 of the split one, the finals Community Cup ever, and you are the top 4 teams that we have been seeing. We will see a lot more from you, but right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Oof. 3 days of action in Split 1, and finally we are here. The semi-finals in the Split 1 of the Finals Community Cup is already here, and with that, we do have a change on the desk as well. We have Upcon on the desk, and with me, I believe we are going to witness a lot of action from semi-finale as well. But any insight on what happened in the previous few matches, Upcon?
Absolutely. I think previous few matches were absolutely insane, knowing that these were the final two quarterfinals that we were about to witness. And now that we have the side of Team Verse Generation and B Team locked in for the semifinals, it's time to get the first semifinals get started up. It's Team IND going up against level 100 Yard. Now, Team IND needs no introduction. They have been the one who have been like the powerhouse. You know, taking a look at the players, we have Zero, Jitsun, Arav, Tempest, and Buzz. Love to run, no medium build comp. They love to run the triple heavy, and I think one of their playgrounds has always been the attacking maps, like Kyoto. If we talk about the side of Las Vegas, but on the other side we have level 100.
Level 100 Kyat, well, they have Aura, individual who loves to play on light, YOLO, Buzzword, Doctor, and Paradox. Let's see what kind of value they are going to bring. So far, they have been phenomenal against their opponents in round 1 in open qualifiers and also in round 2. But when it comes to quarter finale, they had some tough time, but finally they are able to be there in the semis. But now comes the tricky part. From semi, you can either have the LCQ or you can have the spot on top for the main event. Are they going to get there? But let's have the look at the map Ito. Well, the attacking is going to be the case in the map of Las Vegas, which is the pick of IND. And he will be defending. I think those 3 heavy and 2 medium composition is just going to work flawlessly in this particular map. And then picked by 1100 Gyat is Skyway Stadium. And 1100 Gyat will be attacking in it. And will be starting with defenses in all 3 maps. Pretty interesting.
Absolutely, and taking a look after IND's first ban, that's going to be Kyoto, and then Sis Horizon. Surely, when we saw yesterday Team IND go up against the side of Alpha Strike, they did saw how explosive they could get in Sis Horizon. Yep. That was a pretty interesting ban. But now, talking about Las Vegas, it's the attacking side which we are going to see. And a Team IND on the defense. Yesterday, we had an iconic 1v3 coming in from the side of Arav, and we cannot just wait to see that how this entire action is going to unfold. Because finally, at the Split 1, semi-finals is going to start right away.
The action of semi-finals are quite interesting, to be honest. It was quite anticipated. A lot of teams, to be honest, a lot of individuals thought that they can make this part in the semi-finale, but so far the journey till semi-finals, should I say, has been quite interesting. I mean, we have seen a lot of big names falling out, be it Velocity, be it teams like, I guess, should I say, Eternal Fate. They were also quite interesting. Team Soldiers, you talk about teams like Black Flag, you talk about teams like Team Blossom, Slingers, a lot of teams have fallen down. But talking about the composition, 2 heavy, 2 medium, 1 light, or as usual on the light is going to be there with the XP in his hand. And when it comes to their specializations, I think 1 Turret, Charge and Slam is available, Barrier Mesh is available. On the hindsight, yes, we do have the Charge and Slam as well available. So it's going to be very interesting to watch how the defenders, that means IND, is going to perform. So far, they have not even lost a single round, guys. That's how menacing their play has been. Now, is it another day in the Reign of Terror? Or something will change? Let's wait and watch.
Absolutely, but taking a look at their the side of team level 100, they have double medium, double heavy. They had run the same composition when they went up against, I think, Team Marcos, whom they faced up in quarterfinals. So let's see if they could bring their the brilliance once again. This time, it's a very heavy opponent. It's a very unbeatable sort of team, as you mentioned, Team IND. But yeah, the defense is going to be something to really watch out for. As now, Team Level 100, moving on to the A terminal, have a lot of control towards these lanes. They haven't yet spotted any opponents yet, but let's see how their entrance is going to look like.
But look at Paradox. He's already down to 70% of his HP. That means he have received some hefty shot from the opponent. It's going to be interesting to watch how that happens, how the retaliation comes through. But as you can see, from the edges of the map, the players of Team Level 100 Gyat are trying to push in. They're going through the buildings, making sure that they don't get the damage. But Buzzword and Dozer, both of them are actually going to have some hefty damages onto their own bodies. But IND is still making their safe approach. Tempest is readily available with RPG-7 in his hand. He's patiently waiting if somebody swings through. But Aura the light! He is looking in a very hefty situation. He's down to 20% of his HP. Jitsun is also getting attacked, but YOLO will be getting shot down. That's a very first pick that was needed over there. Arav still being phenomenal. He is going to close the deal probably. He's going to shut one more down at least. That's possible, but it's 2v4 already. Oh, the last man standing. Where is he? Well, it has been spotted. I think that's Aura because it was a light on cloak.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Doxer
it's
being the
actually
one
Dozer.
final player, and that's going to be down to 1v4. Things are going to look interesting because we have never seen any team clutch up a single round against Team IND. So let's see if Team Level 100, they could come up with a retaliation in the second round. First round goes easily in the favor of Team IND with the loss of only one player. But
Yep.
yeah, they stalled a lot of time, as you mentioned in the first half of the entire game itself. Paradox conceived a major hit onto his body, and then they weren't just able to execute in towards any terminal. Round number 2, this is where you could really see them get started up. You could really see them get building those momentum and really reworking on those mistakes that happened in the first one.
I think they have to be honest, because a team like IND, if they get that momentum, I don't feel that they're going to let it go that easily. Oh, the portals are being utilized. IND, R of the light, 0. There's another light for you. R of also on the same point. I am pretty surprised to see that we have
Oh, what?
such a interesting approach coming in from these guys.
Wait, what are they doing with the portal? The portal has been bought out of the entire, I think, room. This is going to be confusing if they try to hit the B portal because they are already
Yeah.
just keeping it at the edge of the grappling hook, and this is going to be so tricky. Like a defender doing that and you hitting at the same side is going to be something that your attacking team does not really expect.
Hmm. It's gonna be pretty interesting. I totally agree with your points, but the question is, who's gonna win? Who's gonna take that initial fight? Oh, some predictable fires. Just trying to check out the corners, just trying to clear any possibilities. It's good, but once again, similar approaches. If you see 1100 yard, oh, vanishing bomb from there, cloak. They are pushing for, but they have been spotted. The heavy with the Lewis gun, known as Tempest. He's going to rule the party. Oh, the charge and slam. But this time he's not going to be effective enough as he is already getting countered. And not just him, but eventually one more pick has been delivered. It's 3v4 for now. From rooftop to the outskirts. Things are not looking good for even IND right now.
Absolutely. 3 players remaining from the start of level 100, and they have only 45 seconds remaining. Buzz in a very low HP will get eliminated. Finally, a chance for the start of team level 100 to really put a mark on themselves, but instantly 2 players get eliminated. Aura is going to be one final light remaining, and he will be taken care of. Team IND does not back down. What a way to keep things up. It felt as if Team IND were almost at a disadvantage of a 2v3. But the way things completely turn around, leaving Aura being the only single player remaining, and that too with a sniper rifle 84, not the best part for him. But nonetheless, final round of the entire first half, and the defense so far looks unbeatable.
Oh yeah, all they need is just one more round in their favor and they would be completely dominating the very first half of this semi-finale. Yes, indeed, guys, we are already into the semi-finals. It's just like 2 more days. 2 days before, sorry, we got to see the initiation of this finals community cup, but now we are already in the semi-finals of split 1. We can clearly see how far these individuals have gone. Well, lately from the rooftop, maybe the approach is going to be there, but I think it's a very good approach that a level 100 guard is making every now and then, just going on the edge of the map and then rotating from there. But now it's pretty readable. I can clearly see that maybe IND is going to predict those spots and guard that and shut them down once they spot them. That's exactly what they're trying to do. But is it an equation where they're going to get spotted? Well, the shots are coming through, as you can see. Plenty of shots, heavy with the barrier mesh available over there. Has got a Lewis gun to play with. Some smokes along the way. But the player has been spotted. There goes an SR shot, but no connection so far from each side.
Absolutely. Level 100 guard have given a lot of info, and I think that's going to be enough for the start of Team IND to really kind of anticipate the position that they're going to be in. The sniper rifle has to bring a lot of value here, or are trying his best to connect any shot, but this is going to leave them with a very less time. 1 final minute remaining down the clock, and interestingly, they do have a lot of abilities if they even manage to hit any terminal. But the time, as I said, is going to be of essence. Let's see which terminal are they looking to hit. Looks as if they are going to get engaged in a fight. A lot of fire being exchanged, but the Vanish Bomb is going to let Aura get away with the position. Moving on to the final 40 seconds. Arav is going to get all the players walking down his crosshair. Gets shot down to 20 HP. Needs to fall back. this player is the one, put a man in a 1v3 and he is the one you want to count in, but the players are completely charging him. Dome shield to defend your teammate, but nonetheless both the heavies are going to be fighting up the barrier mesh, completely giving them a lot of opportunity, but the assist from the Buzzworld is going to put a lot of damage, and that's going to be yet another masterclass round from Team ID, leaving only one player or are surviving.
I mean, what kind of a damage can you do with just one S12? The answer is, look at what the other guys are doing from IND, but this was a good retaliation aura. Very hefty shot, but can he connect more? He could, and he did. But at the end, the timer was running quite low. Yes, guys, it is done. Not just the timer, but eventually even the lifeline of that guy known as Aura on that light was pretty bleak. So yeah, we do have the closure of the very first half in the semi-finale in this beautiful map of Las Vegas. We have Team IND ruling in, and as their undefeated reign has been so far in the finals Community Cup, we have seen them just undefeated in not even a single round. They have been faltered down. Maybe this is yet another map. Maybe this is yet another round. Yes, yet another game that they are playing. And it is quite possible that they're just going to have a reign of terror being destroyed, being showcased, being deployed. But now IND will be attacking. This is a tough spot to crack.
Absolutely, and we have seen Team IND attack. It's like a 5-man push all together, leaving no chance, taking all those individual fights, and having those 3 heavy surely gives them a lot of advantage. You
2
saw that
heavies
they have
this
those...
time.
Oh, Team IND?
Yeah.
That's something I did not really notice, excuse me, but I think having a change in the pace for this, semi-finals, for me looks pretty interesting. But as far as I can see, this is really, a dominant for them. 3-0 up, moving on towards the terminal. And as soon as the description is going to get started, things are going to make very difficult for Team Level 100.
Now that was quick. Nobody had that idea. It's already 4v5. Look at that. One guy has been taken. Another one could be the last one. I think they can take him quite easily. That's exactly what happened. Glitch trap. It's 2v4. The melees are coming through. The sledgehammer is in the hand. Dogster is also going to get picked up pretty soon. He's down to like 1% of his HP. Aura on the other corner still surviving. Let's see if he's going to get anything valuable from here. Last man over there. Still trying to survive. Still trying to relive.
Wow.
But no. There you go. As soon as we started the semis, we are already on a wrap of the very first map. Las Vegas is done and dusted, guys, and we have the winners. Well, the name is IND. They are indeed looking quite good, but level 100 yard, I think they have to level up today.
Absolutely, and having a very clean 4-0 for the first map, which was their own map pick. We know how, explosive they get in their own map picks of Las Vegas, and it's not just the first time. But at this point, I don't even feel like it's individually about any sort of map or any sort of, a pick in terms of side, which really gives them the advantage. It's their own performances. We could clearly see the level of skill that they have really advanced on. And for any team to reach up to that, it's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of synergy and a lot of innovations within their own self. And as you mentioned, I was mistaken that they were still running the triple comp, but having a medium edition was so great because they had multiple sort of, I'll say, dematerializer, which could be used for you to portal from one side to other. They even had the portals which could really be of advantage in terms of you want to escape any sort of fight, and they gave the respect to level 100. They did not just run or they had the textbook play. But talking about the MVP once again, Arav, we know him from yesterday, a masterclass 1v3 clutch, which was absolutely uncalled for, is once again going to be the most valuable player for this entire first map. But moving up next, we have Skyway Stadium, and hopefully, as it's the map pick from Team Level 100, they show some promising, glance of stance as well.
I mean, to be honest, level 100 yards so far have not yet, showcased their sheer domination against IND. The way IND has been rolling in, both in their defensive round and also on an attack round, I mean, they just played one to be precise, but they played it fluently. They were just good with their approaches, and it shows that IND right now is taking this semi-finale approach very seriously, because if you see in the round 1 in open qualifiers and also in round 2, along with quarterfinals, they just were running here and there with their 3 heavy and 2 medium comp. Today, they have shifted that particular approach. They have 2 heavies to work with. If I'm not wrong, it's Tempest and Jisoo who usually plays on heavies. Then we have Arav and Zero who usually goes on the light. Buzz usually plays the medium, and that's exactly what was the case in this particular matchup as well. And you can see the combined effort from all the other guys. Is right over there with 5 frags. Buzz is there with 3. Same goes for 0. Tempest is lacking behind, but he is still there with 2 frags. But on the hindsight, if you see the losing team, well, from 1100 gear, there are 2 individuals who didn't even open up. And no assist for YOLO. Oh my god.
Yeah, that does sort of hurt. Two players not really able to put a single elimination on the board. But yeah, mind you, when you have such a powerful team that plays together, it's hard to break their own line of defense, especially when they were the one who came up in defending. But second, going on, I think the map pick was done from the start of level 100, and as we can see, but the side pick advantage was there for Team IND, and that's what they have taken the defensive advantage. We know Skyway Stadium could be so, you could caught your attackers off guard. You could really, have those flank position, and that could really be of great advantage. So I'd love to see that how Team IND is going to get those defensive sides sorted, and how it would be avoided from the other side. Because Team level 100 got after that very a very defeating loss, they need to recover, and they do not need to just lose on their composure. This is one of the matchup that for every team that made it in the semi-finals, you have a very secure spot. You don't have to really worry about getting inside the main event of the finals. Just one win could really make you qualify, but even if you don't win and if you lose in the single elim, you will get a chance to compete in the LCQ.
Well, that's one of those blessing in disguise as these teams who are there in the semifinals they are going to get. But I think the approach should be at least getting #2 in their name. I mean, #1, that's definitely the goal, but at least get #2 so that you straight up go to the finale. You don't have to be scared. You don't have to be, I guess, on a verge of getting eliminated in LCQ, because we are talking about LCQ as an advantage, but trust me, AFCON, it's going to be very fierce in LCQ as well, because we'll have, if I'm not wrong, 4 teams in LCQ. So that's going to be equally challenging. That's going to be equally interesting. 2 teams will be coming in from Split 1, and we'll get to know the names today itself, and 2 teams will be coming in on 11th, if I'm not wrong. That is the finale. That is the grand final day of Split 2. So yes, there are a lot of things that can go here and there. For that, teams have to evolve along the way. The teams have to figure out what they have to do and how they have to put up their pace in the picture. I think for now, IND is looking very, very strong, very, very efficient. All they need is just one more map. I know that 1100 Gyada is the one which is going to pick up the next map. They have their own pick to play with, and they are starting on attack. But trust me, in every single map, if you are on attack, you have to be very, very, very much cautious.
Absolutely, because in the end, it does comes down to your numbers being not really eliminated from your side, leaving you with very less choices to work with, having many opponents, and also just eliminating those the abilities that you really bring into the table as your teammate. But nonetheless, I feel so far, whichever Skyway Stadiums we have seen, it's been close. I really love the previous matchup. We got to witness not just from Horizon but also from the B team, who were able to put such a close fight, and those are the type of fight that you really could be anticipating coming into this entire semi-finals. But let's see how this entire action is gonna unfold, because we are soon gonna find ourselves in the second matchup, and that's gonna be Skyway Stadium. I'm really excited to see how these attackers move are gonna play in, but at the same time, I'm kind of cautious as well. I'm kind of worried as well. If you are the side of level 100, how do you break that line of defense?
Agreed. I mean, you are starting on attack. Because of the fact that you have chosen the map, of course, the advantage is going to be there for IND, that they can choose which particular side they're going to go with, and they've decided to go with the defense. I think that's a very good approach as a IND team, particularly who is already winning a lot of rounds in the favor, who's already having that map advantage in the favor. They would like to see what the other team has to offer, and once they have that idea, I think they can easily implicate some good strategies from their own corner. So for that reason, I believe yes, IND could be that winning team, and they could become our first finalist of Split 1, guys. I totally believe that. On the hindsight, the attackers, look at them, 2 heavies, 2 mediums, and 2 2 heavies, 2 mediums, and 1 light only. Exactly the same comp as they had in the previous matchup of Las Vegas. Now the question is, what is the other team offering? Are they coming back with 3 heavies in this map? Well, the answer is nope. 2 mediums, 2 heavies, and 1 light.
But one thing that I would really love to, grab an attention on is the sledgehammer.
Sure.
We have 2 highs, 2 heavies at one end from the side of level gear. One of them having, the machine gun, but the other one having the sledgehammer. Now, this could really be something that you want to watch out for. Taking a look after the attacker's position, they do have 2 options to move in, and they instantly want to take their own time, go all 2-3 streets and get those first fight. I want to see how the first engagement is going to look like. Because on the perspective of Team IND, as we saw that they have been, multiple lights, they have the medium as well this time in the picture. they are gonna, just have the entire map control. They are gonna see they are gonna scout most of the area, trying to make sure that which is gonna be the angle from where all the 5 players are gonna, coming together. Nonetheless, as we can see, Team Andy right up of all 5 players together. This is hard for a defender because they are not just, camping on or holding on their positions or terminals. They are just across the map, all 5 players together, and they are just walking in their own area. This is going to be tough because the first contact comes in from the side of Hora, who needs a getaway but will not get it. 4v2, and already things are looking really bad. 2 players remaining from the side of level get a dome shield to really defend himself, but Andy is just so vigilant. 1 final player remaining, and it's already over before it could start. Team IND, a clean sweep for them once again in round number 1.
I just love the approach of IND. I mean, no doubt that level 100 Gyat were building some good strats, but look at this. Initially, with the sonar, they were able to get the info that yes, the players are pushing in, and after that, as soon as the player were in onto that particular tower, we got to see that charge and slam came into the picture, and through that, yes, there were players already receiving a hefty amount of damage. They were trying to evade from that charge and slam, and the other guys that were there on the rooftop, they were shooting their opponents down, and it in turn was just so amazing, in turn just so effective the way the play was established. So yes guys, all in all, 1100 Gyat, you are not at all off to a very good start, but what was that shot? SR84 connection being made. Yes, the light is on the verge of getting destroyed. The cloak comes through. Oh, not just that, even the RPG-7 barrier mesh, a hefty amount of damage. Loads of damage are going to come through. But that light, I thought he is not going to survive. Indeed, that's the case. Aura walked right on trap.
This is going to be really interesting, given the fact that Arav has so much info already before the round started. Leaves very less options for the side of level 100, but they still look to recover. They're still moving back. Just giving up on that fight and not going out for the teammate trade, but the Guardian turret has spotted a player and is giving a lot of damage. Dogs kind of have an idea about it, but Tempest, he might get taken down, but what he's able to slip out, needs to survive as a heavy, as he's one of the 2 players that could really bring a lot of value in terms of those retake, but is getting completely chased down, and Doxer is gonna get him.
They were on the run, they were chasing. That was a manhunt coming through. Charge slam, charge and slam, and there you guys, it's already a 1v3. There was no time, and finally the connection was made as well. The last man standing was also taken down. And as we can see, it's already a 2-0. Textbook plays are coming in from team 1100 Gyat, but on the high side, IND is just bringing in the X factor. Every single round, they're just bringing in something different. But the charge and slam so far in the last 2 rounds have been phenomenal. The way it damages out your opponent, the way it makes sure that your opponent is going to be like a bit more disorientated. They're going to run for their life. At that point, the other guys, the way they are swinging in with the Lewis gun or XPs, they're just shutting you down. They're just damaging you out. So these are the small indentations that IND is making onto their opponent. And at the end, it's really working. No decryption so far in this particular second map. Even the commitment for the site has been very, very tough for them.
Absolutely, but I'd love to see how Zero utilizes these abilities. Having a sniper rifle in his hand is going to spot all the 4 players. He does has a getaway, so if he wants, he could really use the portal, go all the way towards the terminal. But I don't think that towards construction. Okay, there is the one that connects through the construction towards the office building, but Tempest is going to be the one who will be welcoming him. Tempest not having much HP, but is he surviving? Finally gets taken down. Paradox with a mesh shield. Wants to defend himself, doesn't have much time, but Doxer comes through the backup, is ready to take down the Light, but Light managing to step away, and from the reinforcement of his teammate, Team IND leaves no options for level 100. 1 final play, it's always Aura, but with only a sniper rifle, that's the most which he could do. Team IND does not back down, unbeatable so far, and they want to continue their legacy in the tournament.
I don't know if I'm going to jinx this, but maybe IND is going to make this run till the finale of Split 1. If that's the case, I don't know who is that particular team who's going to beat them even in the main event. But the way these lads are playing is just so amazing. Remember guys, IND is now just one step away from their top spot in the main event. Because if they are in the finals, Akon, I think we all know that they are at least going to get their spot in the finals. Even if they are the runner-ups of this finals today in the Split 1.
Absolutely, they do want to secure themselves the main event of this entire tournament, and having a massive prize pool. Don't forget, folks, it's $10,000. That is going to mean a lot. But IND this time on the attacking position. We do have the cloaking device alongside having themselves as a trap grenade. There's a lot of util which they could really use. Look at the side of YOLO. He spots the first one. Temp is down to half of the HP almost, but manages to slip out. Out meantime, looking to reposition and scout the entire position. He spots two. Does he want to engage into the fight is a big question, because the opponents have already heard him. They need to be vigilant about these positions. They need to be vigilant about these attacks, because RF could be a very sneaky player, but the dematerializer is going to give them a very huge advantage, and getting the recharge within every 10 seconds is also something that you could really make the most out of, especially in the defensive side.
The eagle eye perspective has to be there. IND, their attack is looking quite, I guess, cool at this moment. They're just waiting. They're just collecting those infos. Once they have that info, they are trying to reciprocate on it, but this light has to act. Arav, he was shooting another player. The key is down right now. They have to get that key to their teammate, and that's exactly what they did, but it costed him his life. Arav has been taken down. It's a 4v4 equation for now. Ooh, safety SR shots. This time the connections were made, but IND is down to 2. Now that's bad. This could be the very first breakthrough for any particular team against IND, guys. This could be it.
Absolutely. Two players are really down to HP, and yesterday when we did see, Arav being a single player, things weren't just over yet. 3 players down, but Andy is going to get taken down. Tempest is the only player remaining down to a 1v3. Can he continue the IND legacy of being unbeatable so far in the tournament? Semi-final, and now they are finally facing a situation of a 1v3. Nothing new for the side of Team IND. They have 17 seconds remaining, and as an attacker, they have to get the decryption key and start the decryption towards the terminal. This is looking as if it's slipping out of the entire equation, and the final player is going to get taken down. Finally, Team Level 100 Guard is going to respond them back with their first defensive advantage at point.
I don't know, I just said it randomly, guys, that maybe IND is going to be undefeated till the finale. And this happened after that. I'm sorry, IND. Anyway, all in all, it's 3-1 scoreline altogether right now. IND is still there with the momentum, still there with the advantage. I don't feel IND is going to have a tough time winning this one. But of course, for now, it feels like that Level 100 Gat have read them. They have made sure that they're going to get something crucial from here. With the goo canisters, they are blocking off those key angles from where the players could be coming in. Even the grappling ropes have been taken down. Canisters in hand, the fire canister. He's just waiting. If he spots his opponent, he's going to pick him apart. Alright, let's wait and watch if something crucial happens. IND, they are approaching. They are moving in. But remember, in the previous fight, Aura was quite on point. Even Buzzwolf for the same reason. Doxer also. These were the 3 individuals who brought in a lot of values. RPG in the hand, Tempest is pushing in. Let's see who connects.
Absolutely. They're looking to move in towards a villa, but already the defense is looking so strong. Team IND now having the control towards the top of the building, but Buzzwolf is just holding down his position. Doxer is going to find himself in a very tough fight. Buzzwolf still surviving, is going to manage to keep himself up inside the dome shield. Paradox has to make sure that he gets some reinforcement, but IND strike back, and they strike back strong. 2 players remaining, they have to respond back, but given that they have the entire control, this is going to be a little difficult. YOLO going in for a very good fight, does manage to take one down before he himself gets taken down, but YOLO is going to get another. Well, 1v2, and he will be eliminated. Team IND are the first finalists in the final.
They're always the first one, man. They're always first round 1 individuals, and they're always the first quarterfinalists, and they're always the first semi-finalists, and now they're always the first finalists as well. I mean, they're always on the top, leading the charts, setting up the markers, and they're like, follow us, follow along the way. But if you're trying to compete against us, this is what is going to happen to you. A 2-0 is what you're going to receive in a BO3 equation. Semi-final smash number 1 is done, guys, and we have our winner. IND so far has been phenomenal. I have one complaint from these individuals in the Finals Community Cup. When are we going to look at the decider? At the decider map? When will the third map come through? Because so far we have seen at least 13 games, including this one that we just witnessed, and we have not even seen the decider.
Absolutely. I feel like Team IND having like a 4-1 victory, being the first finalist. Yes, I think, the jinx is absolutely real from you, like having to call that they are going to be unbeatable. And the very next round they lose. Like, who would have even seen that coming? Especially when they were there towards the attack side. But yeah, I think it was brilliantly played. Even in the last round, it almost fall down to like a 4v1 to a 1v2 situation where they could really have got the advantage. but quite hard to really face up, such a heavy firepower team who really not just uses it, who just faces you in a front in those 1v1 individual duels. They use a lot of ability to make sure that you are in a very vulnerable spot, and at the same time you are getting strike from each and every position for yourself. But
Mhm.
yeah, this time it's going to be Jitsun who will be the MVP with 9 elimination, 4 assists, and 3 that having a combat score over 4,500.
That's amazing. This guy was phenomenal. Looking at the scoreboard, you can clearly see Tempest. I'm surprised to see this guy not being that amazing so far, but honestly, the teammates are picking up the pace. This time, I believe the win is going to be there in the hands of IND, all because of what Jitsu and RF did. Look at them, 9 and 8 frags individually coming in from their corner. That means altogether of somewhere around 17 frags from these two guys. That's a big, bold statement. On the hindsight, if you try to compare them to the losing team, that is 700 Gyat, altogether they don't even have, I guess, somewhere around 14, 15 finishes in their name. That clearly shows what kind of potential IND holds in the name. The eliminations coming in from 1100 Gyat were not that good this time. They were not that effective. They were picking, but they were more or less picking up those individuals who were isolated. But if you see, when IND comes up with a secluded approach, when they are like in a group, when they are huddling up on a particular side, at that point, yes, 1100 Gyat has faced a lot of wrath from their corner. But this was it, guys, for the semi-finale 1. We still have semi-finals in match number 2. We still have the grand finals of Split 1 as well. We'll be back shortly after a quick short break. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the Finals Community Cup. As we head over to the second semi-finals, we have Lucifer back with us for this entire action. Well, I'm really excited to see the way Team IND has their unbeatable streak. They make up to the finals. Now we're just looking for one more.
Yeah, so far with that previous game, we at least know there's nobody who's running with flawless, right? Nobody is going to be talking that we've not even lost a single round, we've not lost a single game. At least a map, yes, but in terms of a round, IND were the only team so far who are looking pristine, clean. Is there a word anything better than that? If I do get the adjective, I'll tell you about it later. But it is time for the challenges. Who's going to be the second grand finalist now? This is going to be interesting. A fight between Worst Generation versus B Team. Both of these teams have looked fabulous in our quarterfinals run.
Absolutely, and we have to see which one of these two teams are going to be the one who will get themselves in the finals. Taking a look at the World Generation lineup, we have the side of Butcher, we have none other than Exotic, Swab, Zosif, and also Fortune 98. These are going to be the 5 players coming in from the side of World Generation. Moving on to the next team, it's going to be the side of B Team, who will have Snappy Face, Water, Kathiman, Mr. Beebs, and Best Slam. So let's see how this entire action is going to unfold as we move over to the map. Vito, Skyway Stadium, and Monaco is going to be out of the equation. And for the next time, we'll have Las Vegas as the first one. Moving on to the second, it's the pick from B Team, which will be Sis Horizon, and decider is going to be Kyoto. In all of these attacking rounds, we're going to see Worst Generation starting things up at the attack.
I think this is a good veto that Worst Generation have kind of put their hands into, because if they're going into defense in the second half, they've looked better in that defense rather than their attack. But B Team, they've not been a team who've looked just better on defense, they've looked better on attack as well. And these were the two teams initial comparison I was giving about B Team as well as IND. They were the ones who had proper attack and defense strats which worked compared to any other team in the split one so far. Now, also for a fact that I like B Team is going to be they picking Sis Horizon. This is a map which has not been picked quite often. And Sis Horizon coming into the play from B Team continuously from the previous games that we've been witnessing. I think from the round 2 games, quarterfinals, and now in the semifinals, they are picking that map. That should tell us that they're trying to master that map, comparing it to no other team getting through with it. And it does look like it is working. We did see a 4 medium, 1 light play coming in from there, and on Sis Horizon, it looked a little bit shaky, but they were able to stabilize it and close it at a 2-0. Can B Team do the same thing? But Worst Generation. Now, I'm a little scared for them, Upcon, because their start against Eternal Fate was not great. But they did a brilliant recovery. It was Eternal Fate to end it on a lead, but Worst Generation were the ones to close it.
Absolutely. I think looking at their previous matchup, it was a very close game, and that is what I'm expecting. As even Rado mentioned, that most of the games that we have witnessed on stream here, it hasn't been the one that really, forced us to the decider game. And hopefully, this could be one of those games, because both of these two teams are going to be fighting with the nail. They are going to leave no chances, because they know what it took for them to be here at the top of position, and they do not want to get into that LCK run and still having a 50% chance to qualify for the finals main event. They want to take it right here. Moving in the finals would mean that not just they will be in the finals, but also they will go directly to the main event as well in the end of the month.
Now, do they make it? Top 2 get the seeding into the main event. Las Vegas is where we start, and it is just the evening of 6 p.m, meaning sunset. It is going to be nice dazzling lights that you could see in Las Vegas that you could enjoy. But we'll quickly talk about attack and defense. Now, as we end up seeing, it is going to be Worst Generation starting off an attack. We did see it in the veto. Their build is 2 heavies, 2 mediums, and a light. I want to see how they work out, but the attacking terminals are going to be tower and rooftop.
Having the Winch Claw and Mesh Shield for the heavies, while the Dematerializer, Cloaking Device, and Guardian as a special weapon. But I want to look what the other side kind of looks like. All right,
4
so that's
medium,
going to
1
be
light.
double heavy. Okay, so that seems to be pretty interesting. Attacking half from the side of Worst Generation, they really need to make each and every one count, because that is where the advantage completely would lie for them.
2 heavies, 2 mediums and a single light against 4 mediums and a single light, but seems like players are facing an issue. Entire bunch of our attacking Worst Generation have faced a technical outage. Seems like a big network outage that they faced, but not to worry. Thankfully, it was at the start of the game, Upcon. We will be able to rehost. This did happen to, I think, Eternal Fate when we started today's quarterfinal games. It's okay, it happened to Worst Generation right now. They should be able to pack a punch. They should be able to get back into the game. B team, however, I am looking at a very annoying and a very, not brutal I would say, but a very tactful setup. Now, tactically trying to break that down is going to be tough. Now, if they're able to do it, it is good. Otherwise, 4 mediums are going to be annoying. You could see turrets everywhere, you could see traps everywhere, you could see mines everywhere, and all of them will eventually mess with your mind, and you will not be able to figure where to hit at the terminal, and that would try the time to 0. And you will be losing rounds. Let's cross our fingers and let's just hope that this gives some amount of time for the side of Worst Generation to figure things out.
Absolutely, and I feel most of these like games that we have seen from the side of Las Vegas, it's been like, you know, having many of those teams, at least one of the 2 teams, if they, you know, play in this map, having those 2 heavy, so that they have like numerous advantage, they have numerous utility that they could use to their advantage to kind of play that objective based, you know, point, play that, you know, to have the focus on the objective, either to go on for the decryption key being inside the terminal, or either being the one who are the one to interrupt it. Let's see what's going to unfold in this entire map, because I'm pretty excited, and I think both of these 2 maps that are going to be witnessed for sure is going to be, you know, like Sis Horizon Las Vegas are pretty exciting to really see.
I think this should be a 2-mapper. I'm not too sure which team is going to take the reins of it, because looking at the third map, it is Kyoto, it is the newly introduced map in Season 3, but looking at Las Vegas as well as Sis Horizon, as you rightly said, these are very interesting maps. On one end, you see a lot of chiching and a lot of, not neon, but glimmers across, right? On the other end, you end up seeing a lot of neons if it is again towards the late of night. If it is not, if it is daytime, then you just see colors. I still like it though. That map is a very interesting one, as I keep saying it from the start of Split 1 till now, and I'm not going to change it. Maybe if they bring in patches to change the map of how it looks, or maybe the blocks with which players can walk with, maybe then I would kind of pick it out. But otherwise, I feel so far Sis Horizon is a map that is still left for a lot to taste. People can do a lot more than you are actually seeing on screen as of now. We even see SR-84 kind of not working for snipers. It's about how they kind of manage to play it out, how the opponents are against them. So therefore, until then, we would have to wait out and figure. But Las Vegas is a map where we end up seeing a huge covering of a dome that players walk on top of, from where a lot of times when I've played, it's about taking control at that point rather than the rooftops of Las Vegas. When you take control from there, your light, especially if they're on the sniper rifle, could do a lot more in withholding the attack coming in. But if the attack take control of it, they have a lot more information for them. Now it's about how you play this dome, how you use that in terms of a control. We've also seen a lot of people putting down their turrets on top of the dome, so if they did get spotted and they get shot at once, immediately the turret will react upon it and try to take them down. But it doesn't happen always, because we've seen on either side of the domes here, Upcon, that the terminals do spawn. So therefore, having the turret kind of work on both the ends, not as viable always, but it's a strategy that you would have to kind of figure out.
Absolutely, and you know, like one of those plays that I've really kind of explored in, because like in the finals, you have at least more than 70 abilities all across, you know, your light and your medium build. So you talked about, you know, you raise a light about, you shed a light on the turret. Having a new ability for the medium as a dematerializer, you have like 3 charges, each of them recharges in 10 seconds. Yeah, in medium. So you have like, you know, 3 you have 3 dematerializer which you could use. You could actually place the turret inside the wall between those gaps, and even if the walls closes, it's like a sort of an invisible, I think, turret which really puts you in a very great advantage. And as we have seen in this entire tournament, time and time again, we have seen a lot of dematerializer play, not from IND as such, because they were heavily leaned towards the medium. But yeah, for the first time today as well, they did has Buzz playing on the medium build. So this is going to be something interesting, that how these players are going to kind of innovate and use all of the ability together when it comes to in a single table and have those combinations. But for now, we have the confirmations that map number 1 Las Vegas, we are on our way there, and it's soon going to be loaded, and we are going to get right into the action. Really excited to see which one of these two teams is going to move forward. But yeah, the final boss, Team ID, isn't going to be an easy one. But talking about this team, Las Vegas, this time it's the clear night. I think the best time to be in this map.
Oh yeah, it is going to be brighter all across. The lights completely lit up. There's going to be shimmers all across, chromes that you could see. It is going to be the same build, maybe a little different in terms of the skin, but it is 2 heavies, 2 mediums, and a light coming through. We do see the dematerializer, do you see the guardian turret? The winch claw is something that I do want to see with the melee weapons such as a sledgehammer or a spear, which so far has not been the case. But we'll wait for it. No complaints as of now. On the other end, it is 4 mediums that we spoke about and a single light. It is going to be a tough one for the attackers. Worst Generation will have a little bit of a tussle to go through to figure out how to break these defenses. But as we said, Worst Generation have had success on their defenses. So if they're able to even pull off one round against this defensive B team, maybe they could have a chance in this map.
Absolutely. But yeah, the first round is just about to start. And B team being the one who are going to be at the defensive position, I'd love to see how Worst Generation are going to keep up their advantage, keep up their pace. On our side of B team, they have the canisters in their hand and are moving in to get their first engagement. But over the rooftops, we can see that Worst Generation are already moving in all across the map. They haven't yet spotted any defender, but this could still give a lot of attention towards the side of B team, who haven't quite seen any player. Finally, I think they spot Joseph and they are going to shoot him down. That's the first engagement that we were really awaited for, but Exotic is going to get some damage in retaliation as well. And now we have a lot of info. But let's see if any player or any light could really flank and just move in closer to the enemy.
We did speak about it. There's a fight head on. Swap with a shuriken was unable to find the elimination. Now he's being chased. He did have a cloak, but he already used it, and therefore now surviving barely on 6. Does he make it out alive? He tries to, but his teammates do one better, is they get the decryption started. Now it's time about defending this decryption. If they're successfully able to do it, they are going to get round 1-1. Worst Generation, this is what we were talking about, but there seems to be a blast and the retake coming in from the defense.
Wow, look at these heavy abilities. All the players down inside the vault room. Isn't going to be an easy one to defend, but the attackers are now going to strike back. Amazing spray coming in through the AK is going to get the first advantage. The numbers down to an equal situation, but what a way to spray things up. Fawcett is going to get back-to-back 2-1s. Worst Generation having the numbers in their favor. One final player remaining from the side of B team. Exotic not having much HP, but still the time is of Ascens. Gets the first player down. And with that, it's going to be an instant trade. Team Worst Generation walk away with their first attack round.
First round where we thought B team should be able to do it, but they've already found one. Lounge and casino floor is going to be the terminals for now. I really like how this Worst Generation squad is working, and also surprised again from B team. This is something that they've done on their defense. They choose one terminal out of the 2 and put up all their defenses there and let the other terminal go for a retake. They did it this time as well, but it failed. It flopped. And I'm pretty sure this time they want to spread their gadgets around, and if they don't, Worst Generation will take an advantage. And Worst Generation, as we said, it might have been a starter against Eternal Fate that they fought. Now they are full-fledged on form, and nobody is going to be able to take them down. Again, using this dome as a walkway, getting spotted with the sonar on the opponent as well, and themselves on the dome. Will they try to take a fight? Is there going to be a chance? Not for Swap, because he has the throwing knives. The throwing knives, their distance is very small. So for him, it's going to be a trajectory of a throw. So going for a long range fight, not a right idea, but he has to get closer. Does have a cloak, already used it to get down. Slowly climbing up, using another sonar. Does he get any info? Not as of now.
Absolutely, but about time that you get to see the first engagement as a good position from Swab. Trying to use the throwing knife is going to get an assist as his teammate comes in as the backup, but now B team is only remaining with 3 players. Both the players are going to be struggling with HP. but a miraculous play coming there by the light player of your team. The decryption is indeed going to start. With only 2 players remaining, it's going to be a real hard retake for you. Well, the first engagement once again comes in. World Generation having the numbers in their favor, but B team, they have only 47 seconds to deal with every player and then go for an interruption. But before that, they are going to lose out on another player. Water down to just 5 HP, just a pixel for himself. Would recover 100, but I think 30 seconds, it's a tough call.
This is not possible. 1v2. Oh wait, there is an opportunity here. But both of them are together. Nice Hechi, but doesn't find a value. He was about to find the elimination, but the time is also ticking, and then the players completely search. So that's going to be a second round for Worst Generation. Where is the B team? It looks like the defense is missing. Where I thought the defense was working and Worst Generation had a tough time on attack, Worst Generation say otherwise on a fight with B team.
Moving on to round number 3, this has to be the round. B team has to respond back. They have to retaliate back. But so far, I think each and every round that we have really seen has really went down to those closure, has really went down to having us going in a post-decryption situation and them completely walking away with their attacking advantage. But one final round, 2 minutes, and they have to move in. Let's see what is going to be the adjustment here from the side of B team. A quick brawl, and this is going to be a very unlucky position for the side of Exotic. Needs to move out of the vent, needs to really escape from this entire position. He does have a very advantageous data reshaper which he could use and manage to get himself some utility, turning things into a canister. But for now, it's going to be the side of a very interesting claw which comes in right up his face, and he is going to get eliminated. A 4v4 situation, numbers still equalized from either side.
Attackers lose another. Now this is a chance for the defenders to find their first. They've not found even a single round. That's surprising for B team. But they are getting hit by the attackers. The attackers bring it down to a 3v3 situation. Couple of the attackers right now stuck towards the parking garage. They're trying to make their way out. Fawcett stuck around the stairs. Falls down. But uses a nice rocket launcher. Now maneuvers around. Figures out and finds an elimination on the defender. Attackers back on advantage.
Remaining, but finally numbers get equalized, have another chance to take 2 down in a row, and now B team, they do have the advantage. The decryption has started, they can take all their time, but Swap being the light bay, having only 100 HP, this is going to be a tough one. This is really going to be a tough one to go up against 2 players, and with you having only these SMGs of M11, let's see if they could really manage to put things up. They have spotted the terminal yet, but they're looking to see the player. Might as well not have had the player, but they have a throwing knife. I think it's going to be Swap who is going to be in this situation. Goes for the head, finds the first one, but instantly is going to get traded. A lot of time remaining despite having the toxic gas. There's going to be of no use. It's a 2-1 situation, and them having 1 round at least in the defensive half is a really good sign, I feel, in Las Vegas.
Hopefully, crossing the fingers, because I thought it could be 2 rounds or 3 maybe even from B team, but this is surprising. However, Worst Generation, they've showed up and they've showed up pretty good. We've seen some incredible plays from their end. We saw their heavies doing the damage, their lights zooming across. This could have been a chance here for Swap as well. He tried his best, indulge in the 1v1. Whoever was trying to stop the decryption did get the elimination, but only if he had a chance to maybe dash away. He was playing on the cloak. Maybe could have asked for something else, but for now, at least 2 rounds on an attack is still good. And now if they're able to get 2 more rounds on the defense, Worst Generation get their own map and they will be a round ahead in this matchup.
Absolutely. Now this time, as Worst Generation being down towards the defensive position, you can see an anti-gravity cube up for the side of INEFUSID. So far, none of the players have really spotted, but the way I've seen most of these players, like even in the previous round, it was Team IND, were using these, Winch Claw to completely position the position of a terminal. That's pretty interesting. As we talk about it, the first engagement has already started, and all the pyro grenade going down towards the floor. If any player want to push in towards the A terminal, but it feels that the decryption key has already spotted, and Worst Generation had a lot of info about where the position is right now.
Fawcett has relayed it. They spotted the key. They know the hit is closer to the A terminal. Do they complete it though? They've opened up the roof for now, but the A terminal is on the bottom floor. They're trying to figure out where the players are, but so far none of the defenders have shown their face except for Fawcett, who initially had a tussle at the rooftop, but eventually now he has gone into safety. And now with another heavy, they clear off an attacker. The roof opening that they thought was safe was not at all, because two of them are hiding in a corner. And now there's another roof opened up, another opportunity, a gap, and that's been relayed. They spotted three of the players running down the stairs, but can they actually clear them all? The key, it seems like the key is also being spotted from the defenders, and defenders are going to try and hold it off. Oh wait, actually the key is very close to the terminal, but attackers, they're falling one after another. There's a chance here for Beebs to get it through, but there is a defender who had opened the door, and Beebs gets found out as his teammates had already faltered. He was the last man surviving, cleaned them off, and that's Worst Generation on 3.
Absolutely. Worst Generation 1 point away from getting this map in their own favor. And what a way, I think, to start things up with the first round of the second half. The decryption key falling in no man's land, having a complete advantage for the side of Worst Generation to position themselves in such a way that they make it next to impossible. And despite them having not many advantages in terms of number, B team really struggle. But I do hope that this round is going to be something that we do see some differences. Moving on to round number 5, which could be one final round of the entire map. We have to see if Team Worst Generation are able to continue their momentum, or is it going to be the B team who strikes in first? This time having to move towards all the way to A terminal. The decryption key is moving down through the casinos. Defenders haven't yet spotted anyone, and Best Slam being in this position has cleared so many angles, has cleared so many positions that he could give a lot of info. But the util is going to be heard of, and we can already see Swap coming down and spotting the first key.
Ooh, Swap trying his best, finally does have some connections on the knife. Using the cloak, Swap wants to be around and behind, but doesn't work. However, thankful to his damage, a quick trade comes through, a 4v3 and attacker. Another one gets lost from there, and that's going to be 3 attackers left in this battle. They spot the key now, and going in is going to be Joseph. Tries to do the damage, his teammate helps him, and therefore they get an elimination. And it's down to the last 2 attackers, but the attackers are not giving up. They're trying to hit back, but the defenders, their numbers keep surging, their damage keeps hitting, and it is not stopping. And now another attacker has been spotted out in the open. He's trying to take a duel with somebody else, whereas immediately Joseph swoops in, helps his teammate out, and that's going to be down to one last player, but he is hitting his strides, trying his best, trying to survive around the block of a pot, but doesn't for any more, as this first map, Worst Generation, taking it.
Absolutely. What a dominant way to kick things up in the second half, leaving no chances. Despite it always going down to like a 1v3, 1v2 clutch situation, it was the side of Worst Generation who, slams first in the very first map. And this is going to now move on towards the second map of Sis Horizon, where the entire action is going to unfold once again. Having a lead is going to be really good, especially when you are in the semifinals. But B team, time and time again, we have seen that whenever they have had these disadvantages, whenever they were being doubted, or whenever they were not having, all the cards in their own favor, they do manage to turn things around. And that is what we would really love to see moving on in the second map. Let's hope that we could potentially see the decider today, as this is going to be the final day for the split one.
I think this was just B team maybe experimenting. I'm not kind of inclining that B team should be the one winning, but I really like how Worst Generation have showed up. You see that double heavy comp that they had, they were able to always withstand the blows coming in from their opposition, and after that their mediums were swooping in, and with them helping always was their light, and that worked out very well. Comparing it with what B team did, that was completely surprising. Their medium, their gadgets were of no use at any point throughout the defense as well as the attack, and Joseph, we kept seeing him, especially in the last round. 7 eliminations he has, 3 assists, and a combat score of 4,636.
Absolutely, he was just looking so brilliant, being on that a heavy build, really putting a lot of those presence towards the top side, having a lot of fights been in his own favor. But yeah, I think let's take a look after the entire team as well, because Joseph was indeed the most valuable player, but I think most of his teammates as well had a really good assist towards him. As we can see, Exotic up with 4 assists, Butcher up with 4 assists, being one of those players who were really looking quite good. And I feel the team play, the way they were so synergized in taking those fights all together, rather than making it, individually, is something that it's really tough. And as we can see, 2 of the players from the side of Team B team really sort of struggle to get up to it. Like, having a 0-4 and having a 0-1 if you talk about Mr. Beebs and B-Slam. But yeah, Shatiman was really looking good. 6 eliminations for him, but yeah, still a long way to go.
Mr. Beebs, as you said, I think struggled really hard. I was surprised. This was the same case that happened in the previous quarterfinals that we ended up seeing, but his teammates were able to uplift the issues that they had, and we did see Snappy Face being the MVP at that point. So for him to again falter like this caused trouble, especially when they were already running on a deficit where Worst Generation seemed better. Now, it was their map pick, so let's give them the benefit of the doubt that Worst Generation were able to control the environment in their favor. They knew what they had to do, how to pull off victories, rounds, defense or attack. Now we go into Sister Rise, and this should be the playground for B team, and this is the map. Even after having a first bad game in quarterfinals, Mr. Beeb showed up. But Worst Generation, they've also been a team who showed up really well in the second half of any map that we've seen today. Therefore, it is going to be even tougher for B team after having such a loss on the first map itself.
Absolutely. Having to go in their own map pick, hopefully we see them turn things around. But yeah, I'm going to be really excited to see how the entire, comp is also going to come in. Yesterday, when we were seeing the match of, I think Team IND going up against the opponent team, they had a very good, it was Alpha Strikes, and they were having those light going on and having those throwing knives, having those snipers. And we have seen that players in Sis Horizon could really get innovative with these comps, and we haven't seen much of those medium build, medium attention much, because you have those blocks which you could really kind of go through. You have some of those entry points, you don't have to follow a certain way or a path to go towards your objective. You can make your own path in the finals, and that's the beauty of the game, that you can just innovate, you can just make do everything if it comes to the objective based gameplay all on yourself. And so far we have seen many teams surprise us with some of these gameplays.
We're going to take a very short break, because we do badly want to know who our second grand finalists, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Finals Community Cup. My name is Lucifer. Joining me back on desk is APCON for the last semi-finals on our hunt of the second grand finalist. Now, whether it's Worst Generation or B Team, Worst Generation, they have strongly stated that they want to be the second grand finalist. APCON, do you think there's going to be an otherwise on the second map of this horizon?
I feel so. I think there were many reasons to, really see the entire result that came in from the first match. Having a map pick of Las Vegas, we have seen they haven't played much Las Vegas, and we didn't have much info on how Worst Generation could be. But taking a look at the previous matchup, they were really competitive, and I feel B Team is one of the team who does not back down. Now moving into their own map pick, I am really hoping, I'm really counting, my luck that this could potentially be the match that takes us to the decider. And with the second map being CS Horizon, we have seen how teams could really innovate with them having, more of, I think, a balance comp towards medium and light build rather than running like a two heavy builds. Because, you could really reposition yourself. You could really have a lot of fights in unexpected positions. And having those light and medium builds are like sort of advantages for you in terms of pace, in terms of speed, and even in terms of, really putting vulnerability more towards your opponent than just straight up going for a fight.
I think one point I want to kind of even stress on, as you rightly mentioned, right? Las Vegas maybe is a map that B Team have not played a lot, and it could be the case. And again, talking about the other maps, even Sis Horizon is not a map that a lot of teams would be playing. Even Kyoto. So far, the maps that we've seen being standards have been Skyway Stadium as well as Monaco. And with Sis Horizon as well as Las Vegas making its way into the veto, this does let us know that a couple of teams are picking this for the reason that they know they're good on. Now, Worst Generation, they had a chance of starting on defense. They decided we do not want to go on defense on Sis Horizon, and it is the neon lights that we are going to see because it is late in the night at Sis Horizon. The terminals to attack right now is going to be Backroom and Workspace. Let's see if Worst Generation continue their winning streak.
Absolutely. They need to turn things around. And for B Team, yes, it is going to be one of those do or die situation. Having a really good comp of double heavy, double medium, I'm pretty excited to see how does the entire action unfolds, as Worst Team is going to be the one who will start things up at the attacking position. They do have a really interesting comp with only a single light. This could really be very, dominant from them, especially when they are the one who have to chase the defenders down and they have to really play their objective right. But at the other hand, I would love to see how the B Team is also going to manage and, bring up those double medium builds in the advantage.
I'm again, they are defending, yes, but 4 mediums and a light, what are they doing? It hasn't been working. It has been tough for them. And they're again bringing in those 4 mediums and a single light to play with on their defense when previously itself they failed. Now, when we spoke about the game that they had against the opponent before they qualified for the semi-finals, it also initially looked a little questionable, but we ended up seeing them being a stronghold in terms of fighting with their firepower. Now, can they replicate it again? We have to wait and watch. We just hope it works out. Now we also see them putting down gadgets, but we still see a couple of gadgets that they're still holding back on. Maybe that's a later gameplay, but we have to wait and watch. Whereas on the other end, defense is also widespreading, making sure that they have heard what's happening. And because they had left only one defender at B, that defender's been long lost. Defense is weak now.
Mr. Bee's being taken down, leaves only 3 medium, 1 light, leaves only 4 players remaining for the side of B Team, and they already see a lot of action, a lot of movement towards the B terminal. Now towards the top, it's going to be water. A big clash coming in. Decryption has indeed started, but the damage is massive towards the side of Worst Generation. B Team looking to play on this retake position, but the elimination is going to be massive. B Team looks as if they do have a massive chance. Exotic low to a half of bar. But this HP could still work in as they have the clock in their favor. Heavy just slips out of the line of fire that he was completely getting attacked with. But the backstab is going to come in. He's going to get eliminated. The crossfire is phenomenal. But the decryption has not yet been interrupted. The RPG-7 goes right up the face. 2v2 situation. Exotic still managing to hold his ground. But the attackers are losing out of this entire position. And defenders need to really worry about the time. The heavy build is going to get taken down 1v2. And this is going to all come down to the wire. The reposition comes in from the side of Beslehem. Gets the first one down. And that means that the interruption is going to happen. B Team is going to strike first with their first round.
That was close. I think after knowing the positions of all the players of attackers, they immediately moved in, jumped in, started fighting head on. And also, I think attackers, they got flustered that our positions is revealed. It's time to reposition. And in that time, they were caught on fire. And if that did not happen, maybe we would have a chance that Worst Generation could have got the first round. But good retake coming in from B team, isolated the players, called in where their positions was, and took advantage of things. But we see there seems to be a little bit of a technical hitch for one of the players. Joseph seems to have been disconnected. We are going to wait. We are going to give him some time because now the game has already started. The score is at 1-0. So he has to join within the time frame that the game allows him to reconnect into the game. If he doesn't, his team has to play a 4v5. That's a disadvantage when they've already lost a round here, Upcon.
Absolutely, and I feel having a big defensive round win is like I did not really see that coming. B team, despite being in those like advantageous position, I thought the clock was really against him. But yeah, massive I think value came in from those heavy builds that they managed to turn down the flow into a hole, were able to reposition. Their medium builds were really having a very good advantage to jump in, jump around, and then interrupt any sort of interruption that could come in. But what a way to kick things up. First round going in for the side of B team, and now moving into the second round. We do have Worst Generation in the attacking side, but highlighting towards the comp that having 4 medium and 1 light. Not a big fan of that, but if they do manage to work their magic off with this, that would be a big surprise to all of us.
It would be. I think B team or some other team. Wait, where's the Worst Generation? Just let me recall my memory of the back 2 days. I think it was Worst Generation who had a similar hitch up, but not in their team, but it was against them. Oh wait, no, it was a B team. It was B team and Soldiers is the game they were playing, and Soldiers had the interruption of one of their players, unable to interrupt into the game or cause some trouble. They were getting a little technically. I want to say they were having technical issues, but that's the right one to say in talking about what their issue was, and they couldn't rejoin at the end of the round, and therefore the game didn't allow to rejoin later down in the game, and therefore this issue persisted, and B team did win that. So right as now, B team do have the upper hand if that continues here in the matchup. But I'm pretty sure Worst Generation would have wanted it the other way around. But again, let's talk about this. We spoke that the first map was Worst Generations. They picked Las Vegas. They looked very comfortable on it, knew how to play it, knew how to attack it. And they won rounds against the side of their team. And now with this victory, B team will be worried, because if B team lose this Horizon, which is their own map pick, again playing with, I think this time they have 2 lights. I just got a glimpse of it before we could jump over there. They have 3 mediums, yes, that is for sure. But before we could confirm that there's a 4th medium or a light, 2 of the players were eliminated, and that was the players that we were looking forward to. But still they managed to make a retake happen, get the first round. Now that does tell us that B team, irrespective there's a man down, they're still able to bring things down, equalize things, and then figure a way through. And thankfully the floor which was bursted open was the floor positioning which was slightly away from the terminal itself. So therefore, when the decryption was being interrupted, it was being stopped. The player who initially came to stop it was almost being successful, but he fell down over there. And if that did not happen, maybe Worst Generation has a chance. So I think that right now hands to a question of ifs, buts, and when and what and how they could do it. For now, at least the first round is not something that they were able to convert, even though they had almost sort of pulled it off.
Absolutely, but I do believe, like, taking a look after how that entire round went and how they were entirely able to, despite having so many interruptions, it wasn't I don't think that it was a tough task for the side of Worst Generation to go and start a decryption and really set up themselves. It was just all about those 1v1 and those unexpected duels that you individually got, and it did came down to the final 30 seconds. So I might really favor on towards the side of Worst Generation, giving that the 4 medium build, you're compromising an entire shield, you're compromising an entire, dome shield, your barrier mesh. How are you going to look like when you yourself are going to be at the attacking situation and you have to face up against those, heavies, against those, medium builds and those shields, when you yourself are just going to be all down to the lights and 4 medium. So the attacking half is something that I kind of am really worried about. So let's see how the second half unfolds. They surely need a very big half. But yeah, so far, if you ask me, I think Worst Generation have a very upper hand in this entire map, given the comps, and also given that they are mapped, one map up. so that confidence and that momentum won't let them stop to move into the grand final.
I think I agree with you. It is an advantage that they can read so far of what is being done wrong from the side of B team. It is that they let a whole terminal be open for free. They do leave a couple of defenders, maybe one or two, insides of the terminal, but they do not set up inside the terminal, and therefore they have trouble. But now we have a confirmation. It is going to be a 4v5 as we continue this action on this horizon, meaning Jolly did not get a join in between the time allotted within the game, and now it continues. It is going to be a fight between Worst Generation and B Team with a deficit, but Worst Generation have always successfully managed to get closer into the terminal, start the decryption without much of trouble, and that is all kudos to B Team because they all together decide to stack up on one side and they decide to gamble on the other. Does that work this time? It seems like this time they've understood that something we've been doing wrong needs to be corrected, but they're taking a lot of time, as you can see, Upcon, to just set up a defensive terminal.
An APS turret could be such a big help, but what? None of the abilities are even going to matter at this point. The decryption
Because
has
it's
already
thrown
started.
on the terminal. This is why we keep saying that you throw the gadgets around the terminal, not on the terminal. You see, there were traps, there were mines, there were gases, but none of them exploded because it was on the terminal and they were able to dodge and weave, get the terminal, and the decryption started. Now it's time for a retake. B team are trying hard to hit in, but look at what Worst Generation is doing. They are destroying floors. They are trying to sweep that terminal in their favor, but the defenders, they're not letting them go. They are taking one after another, pieces after pieces of the attackers and sweeping them off. It's down to the last two. Make it the last one. It's exotic.
Well, final 17 seconds remaining, but he won't get a chance, and a flawless victory coming in once again for the side of B team. And as you mentioned, like, despite having all the mines, all the setup, and then them anticipating that even if they see the terminal isn't going to be an easy one, it's going to completely give them a gist that how many players could right be around the corner. They went in, were able to dodge the mines and get the decryption started with only 40 seconds inside the entire round number 2. Final round, and once again, I think World Generation are going to struggle with having only 5-man in their entire lineup so far, and B team, and as they have, I've never seen them look this good, at least in the retake position.
Worst Generation, as you rightly said, they always get to the terminal without much of a trouble. They get the decryption started, but it's about the post. It's about how they defend the decryption which has been started. Can they figure something out? But again, look at this, throwing all their gadgets on the terminal itself. Now, proximity is something that gas as well as the glitch trap work on, but the explosive, somebody has to step on it. Now, gas as well, for you to kind of enable that, you need to be kind of closer. But you can see they're not gas mines right as now that they've used. It's majority of the explosive mines. So they have to tread upon the explosive, then it'll burst, taking a player out. But they're not doing that. They're going around the terminal and then getting the key inserted. And it works out for them. Mr. Beebs now has the reader. It should be a A hit, whereas B was completely thrown over with multi-explosive traps. But it seems like Worst Generation, they tried to step up towards the site and they got blasted out. They have one player down, or actually make it two, because they've already lost Jolly because he couldn't make it in time, and now they've lost a player who was playing. So it's down to a 3v5, which is going to be even more brutal to make this work.
Things are looking really complicated right here as a Team World Generation. They have given away the decryption key as well. That's under the favor of Team B team, who will be defending it and will leave no chance for it to slip out. But a flank position coming in frozen would not really be expected. But the RPG kill is what the doctor ordered for this team. Having the numbers advantage, B team are not really looking to fall apart. 1v4 situation, and it's Frozen Butcher who will be the final player here. Is going to get the advantage, the benefit of doubt, but will instantly gets land back. A 3-0 first half, and B team is all set to take us to map number 3 with only being 1 point away from their own match.
This is their map pick, and you can clearly see how confident they are. Their retakes have been working really well, even in that 5v5 first round, and even till now, they have swept the floor. Now, they do move into attack. Worst Generation, they have their 2 mediums and, I think 2 heavies. No, Jolly was the heavy, I think. So it's going to be 1 heavy, 2 mediums, and 1 light that they have that they'll play around with. So let's hope this works out for them, it still is possible because they do have two mediums, meaning they can set up on the two different terminals, but they have to just be smart. As we say, right, it's not always the hard work, it's about the smart work that you do. If they're able to do that, get the first pick without any casualty, without any trade, I think there's still a chance here for Reverse Generation to get a couple of rounds. Yes, they don't have even a single 1 point on their board, but if they get one, that's enough to build their confidence. On defense, they can push it to the decider and then move up. But for now, putting up a zip line, going behind the B terminal is what their plan is. And this is not a usual strat that people execute. They do not go behind the buildings or the terminal itself and then enter. And this is going to cause a little bit of a disruption. But Verse Generation, they were able to spot one of the players. That's going to be Exotic spotting another from the B team on the roof, but it was only one.
But it's going to grab so much attention for them towards the campus position when none of the attackers are. All the attackers are heading towards the library, and the decryption has also started. So that was a massive first engagement that did not really result in a very good advantage for the side of Verse Generation. And now look at how much time it's going to take for them to reach out, and then it will be 35 seconds remaining for them to really start and fight for the decryption to be interrupted. But yeah, the players are going to take a lot of time to reach, and all this time B team are all set to reposition.
Yeah, it's going to be tough right now, especially with all the decryption started and they've lost 30 seconds of the time. They do find one elimination, but they also lose one. So it's a 3v4 right now in the battle. Exotic trying to regain his health, waiting 10 seconds, but there is no time left. 20 seconds on the clock. The retake has to be quick. Otherwise, B team are going to push to our first decider. But it comes down to a 3v3 situation. They're still trying to fight this. There is Verse Generation giving their all. They spot another of the attackers at the same time. Two of their defender gets cleared out, but a nice shebang of a rocket launcher sent right to their face, but he's in a 1v2. There's no time left. It's done. B team closed this horizon by eliminating all the defenders and getting the decryption done. This is a 1-1 scoreline, and finally in a semi-finals we end up going to the decider map.
Absolutely. After having like at least 12 games on stream in day 1 and day 2, this is the game that takes us to the decider game. B team striking back once again, both the team having to win their own map pick, and now it all comes down to the final map. And which better map could you ask for from the latest edition? That's going to be Kyoto. I'm pretty excited to see how this entire action is going to unfold. I did not really expect that B team would have such a big advantage having no heavy. And despite like we saw, the opponent team, which was the side of Verse Generation, having like a 4v5 advantage, those heavy was so well utilized. All of those rounds were getting so close and down to the wire. But yet, I hope that when they come down to Kyoto, they do have all the players in their advantage and they don't have to play in a handicap position.
As of now, I think that should be sorted. It does happen at certain times. You cannot rely and say that, hey, we had a technical issue and that was the reason for all the losses. You cannot. You can still make it work. We've seen a team who played against B team pull off a couple of rounds against B team itself. So there is a possibility, but this is a part and parcel of the game. You have to be ready for anything. There should be measures and countermeasures as we speak about it. But for now, yes, it's not the kind of defeat or the loss that I'm pretty sure they would have expected, but it's something that they have to be okay with it. But for now, B team, it is going to be Best Slam, who had 0 eliminations in the previous map, now has 7 here on Sister Horizon. So that's an up for him from Las Vegas.
Absolutely. I think Best Slam, this was, like the momentum which they needed. We were talking about 2 of their players. As far as I remember, it was a player, I think, Mr. Beebs. And Beebs. If I'm not wrong, maybe Best Slam, who wasn't having the best of their first game, did not really got even a single elimination. But finally, each and every player now stepping up, something that you really need, because you do know what is at stake for you here. This is your one chance that you could really, make the most out of it and be the first one to make the mark in those 2 slots that are now open up for grabs in the main event. But yeah, with a clean 4-0 second map, only one could expect that what Kyoto is going to look like. I'm really in for this, I'll say a very entertaining semi-final, which could unfold in the 3rd map.
I really like the veto now, even better than the initial two maps, because we are heading to Kyoto. Now, these three maps are the ones we've not seen a lot being played out now. Yes, when Season 3 came through, Kyoto came through. A lot of people, as well as when you play matches, it ends up being on Kyoto, so you kind of get used to it, but it is not a pick coming through, and that's the reason I was a little kind of surprised when I ended up seeing Las Vegas, this Horizon, and ended up at the decider for Kyoto. Now, this map, yes, for this Horizon and for Worst Generation, was not the result that they would have anticipated, but it is something that they would kind of understand of when you see B team in form, how they would perform. But there is still Mr. Beebs missing, so this is a question that we would want to see. How does it progress further? Does Mr. Beeb come back? Now, Mr. Beeb, his maps are Skyway Stadium, Monaco, and now with Kyoto coming through, this is a map which enables the snipers again. So his SR-84 might be in action. This is the map that he annoyed his opponent. I think at that time his opponent was from a team I don't really remember, but I know the player's name. That was Total Shield, and he was completely totaling his opponent. He was making sure he is filled with anger and unable to comprehend of how Mr. Beebs was able to find those sniper kills. Now, if he continues that here, Upcon, I'm pretty sure Worst Generation are going to start fuming themselves as well.
Absolutely. I think light and heavy builds have so much value here. Not just, I feel with those snipers, with also having, those getaway portals which you could really use for your team. And I think one of the biggest point, what's going to be for me, it's going to be that which time of the day are we going to play in. So far, both the time it has been 1 a.m. It's been like a really, night vision contestant not having that much advantage. But yeah, if that's the case once again, that's going to be so much chaos. I think yesterday was the time when we went to Kyoto, all the players were just, like rotating in through the bamboo forest, were giving no side of, duel, going in for those sneaky plays. And I think B team once again were able to do it. Like as we saw in the last round of this entire map of this Horizon, they were not ready to go in through the mid lanes. They were going all the way around the map, going through the corners and leaving no trace of them having to enter the terminal through the front doors. These unexpected plays are something that I feel that are now going to be anticipated, and I am really excited to see if Team Worst Generation, despite having a strong start, is going to continue their momentum, or is it going to be B team moving on to be the second team in the finals, and finally maybe able to claim the, like what we did say, their copyright of their A-tier team that they have really shown in this entire tournament.
Either the case, I think one thing for sure we here on Desk and our viewers are going to celebrate is that we are headed to the decider. First time ever here in the Finals Community Cup. It has never happened before this, and finally this happening, giving us the decider right before the Grand Finals, tells us that Grand Finals might be even more spicier. Let's quickly talk about the builds. 2 heavies, 2 mediums and a light. It's similar. Attacking terminals are going to be Villa and Dojo for the first round. The question is, where do B teams stand on their own builds?
Absolutely. I think having Villa is going to completely put you out in so many open position. 4 medium and a light. Oh my god, Sam, did I saw that right? Because if I did,
yeah, you did.
I think it's going to be very tough. I think this has to be a game where you see Worst Generation dominating the attacking half.
They did it in the first game. It was the same composition, 4 mediums and 1 light. And again, it is the same composition coming in. Worst Generation, as you said, should have a good time here. They should be able to convert multi-rounds in their favor. But is this a map that they're familiar with? Is this a map they can pull off the victory or for? Is something that we have to wait and witness. But for now, again, we have hit a quick pause. We should be getting back into the game without any further ado. Don't go anywhere because, as we said, this is the first time decided the Finals Community Cup. I'm so excited to see the decider happening. I think we've been talking about it so many times. But as I said, we have to wait. Short break. Don't go anywhere because this is the decider to find your second grand finalist.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are right back for the decider map, which is being seen for the first time here in the Finals Community Cup. I'm really excited to see how this entire action is going to conclude. One of these two teams is going to go face up against Team Andy, but before that, their biggest enemy is going to be this objective. Their biggest enemy is going to be this one final opponent, which both of these two teams are facing. So far, all of the series that we have seen has been 2-0, but for the first time, when all of the best strike up against each other, we have to go for the decider, and Kyoto is going to be the one that will tell us which team is going to be the second grand final.
And what a map to go on into the decider. Kyoto is the newest map, meaning newer things to explore. Whichever team has had a lot of time to explore, they are going to be the ones. And we are at a sunny 2 p.m. in the afternoon. So it should work out in favor of both the teams. As you said, clear vision is something that they would like. 2 heavies, 2 mediums, no change there. Players have reloaded and back into the game. So as we know, one of the players were having a little bit of an issue from the side of first generation, and they've decided to sub in, and therefore we end up seeing Ace joining the lineup. This time it's going to be Forest and Hillside. It's going to be interesting. 4 medium still is what the mantra for the side of B team is. Let's see if they find success. The decider live.
Absolutely. I think having 4 defenders like you, especially in the first half of defense, it's going to be so tough for you to kind of interrupt. They have to heavily, play on these elimination. They cannot play the objective here, because looking at those 2 350 HP of builds that are going to strike you, it's going to be tough. So let's see if B team are able to stop them even reaching anywhere towards near the terminal position. But yeah, I'd love to see those sniper action that could unfold in the very first stages of this round. So far, as we usually see from the start of World Generation, they sneakily just come inside water, is on the upper side of the villa, looking to scout all the players. But this is so smart. World Generation again doing the same strat, moving in slowly, steadily, and giving no window to any players to spot them.
They have decided to attack in all the 3 maps to start things off. Successful in the first, unsuccessful in the second. Let's see what the third has to say. They jump towards the hillside, one of the terminals. That is going to be B. Forest is not something that they want to go to, because there can be a lot of creepy snakes that they could hit them and cause trouble. But for now, attack taking their time, spotted the players in the forest, trying to duel with them, but the defenders are also here. They've spotted the players on the roof. Let's see who's going to be successful. Farmers, they are trying to do an elimination, but the defenders, they're the first to lose a player, and now the defenders are getting chased from the attackers. That's the confidence that Worst Generation are coming in through.
Absolutely. B team has already lost their first player, but the objection has not yet reached the terminal. Admin is going to come in and is going to get the advantage. He might have a chance here. He might have an edge here, but he completely gets disrupted by a lot of damage. On the top of the villa is going to be none other than Fusin, who is raining down these bullets on players of B team. And as I mentioned, they cannot let the objective be initiated from the start of World Generation. It's going to be a too tough situation. Mr. Peep already down to a very low percent of his HP. Looks as if it's down to 30 seconds. The decryption has not yet started, but finally the first man fall for Worst Generation.
20 seconds on the clock. They have to be quick. Worst Generation might be on number up, but they have to start the decryption, otherwise they'll lose the game. They're unable to get closer because of a turret, and the fight is still ongoing. Coming down to the last
1v2.
defender. It is a 1v2 opportunity. 13 seconds on the clock. They get the key, but do they get the terminal? There is a turret, I think, over there trying to stop them, but finally it has been destroyed. They will get the terminal. 4 seconds, and they will start the decryption. And Mr. Beebs, he's the last man surviving. Earlier we saw him, he had the last bar of health, but now he's back to 100. There is an opportunity, but he has an SR-84, the one weapon that we were talking about that he had trouble on. He hits, but not a headshot. Therefore, the light is not yet disappeared. He is still on. Wait, it was a medium actually, and a medium and a heavy to fight with, and the medium is also jumping along with him. This is going to be even worse for Mr. Beebs. And look at the heavy running all across. Can he get the last hit?
No.
But he gets clawed in, and with that, the first round for Worst Generations.
What are the odds that you are fighting up against a light and he has more than 125 HP? Like, that shot was so close. He would have got the first one. But yeah, I think all of these rounds that we have witnessed, Lucifer, it's so close. It's, down to these one final HPs, these one final 1v2 clutch movements, and a massive clutch once again. And one thing to mention about Worst Generation, they default so hard. They make it so confusing for your defending team to really kind of anticipate that where are they going to strike. They use the gateway. They manage to just teleport all the way towards the top of the forest position and then play through the hill towers. And now, once again, as we see the terminal being up towards his ground position, I don't think that this is going to be a tough one for the side of B team, because all the players, they have to come in through the open in terms of the terminal positions. But yeah, Team First Generation, what is going to be their game plan? They cannot really go on for the gateway play once again as they did in the previous one. And somewhere down the line, they have to peek towards these snipers that are up towards the hill.
First Generation taking their time. They know they won the first round, but they have to win a lot more continuously. Mr. Beeps, I think he spotted the key. He did not yet take his shot, but he knows he'll take it when the opportunity strikes. But they take a portal. They are towards the training quarters. That is going to be trouble now. Mr. Beebs, he is going to try and hold it off, but he is unsuccessful. They lose a defender and there is more surging towards this training quarters. Mr. Beebs spots a hell a lot of the attackers surging through. They've already lost one defender. They wanted to still keep the numbers, but decryption, it has started. Now it is troublesome for B team and Mr. Beebs. What do they do?
Absolutely. All the players from the side of Team First Generation are just going to get completely dialed up inside this entire house. They are going to get no room to go out, but the entire terminal is dropped down. This could be a massive advantage, but one thing that they don't have any heavy players, they cannot really start the interruption. They could not really stop this decryption from going down. They're still looking in a very advantageous position. The defender could really have so much room. Where are the attackers? They are now coming to dive in. The dome shield drops up, but then slowly, steadily, all the players are dropping in and B team is getting completely outplayed. The RPG comes in, one final player, he will be taken care of. For a second, I do believe that Lucifer, this was getting out of the hand. It did feel that B team might walk away with a ninja interruption.
It almost looked, but what did the otherwise worst generation think of? That they're gonna all jump down together like superheroes, and that's what they did. There was a literal wham when they jumped on the floor. I'm pretty sure there was a little bit of a shaky earthquake that the defenders had. B team, and they were shook. They lost that round. The floor of their feet was swept off, and now it is the last round of the first half. Worst generation, 2 rounds of a lead is what they have, and if they continue this, it's going to be a 3-0, and that is going to be a big upset for B team, especially that a lot of people thought B team looked a little better. I mean, I personally also felt like B team were the ones, but now the way we are seeing worst generation, the first map and this third map, they've clearly told us they have upped their ante.
Absolutely. And mind you, this is a sub-in player coming in the name of Ace, and he is really looking good. Once again, a gateway portal really moving towards the other side. They thrown the other portal is a big question, because you cannot really anticipate that. And all of a sudden, I think they are all the way towards your terminal. Wow. This is so quick, but there is a lot of util that they have to take care of. Now, all the defenders now anticipating that the terminal is under the attack, so the reinforcement is being called up, but the side of Worst Generation haven't yet called off any sort of, interruption. First kill does comes in, and it's going to be Worst Generation this time in a disadvantage.
Yeah, that's the first time an attacker is down. Make it a second attacker going down. The defense is now looking stronger than ever. There was a key. They wanted to start the decryption, but as soon as they peeked through the window, they saw a lot more. But now finally the attacker has found one defender to be taken down. They do take a second, but they also lose one of their own. Now it's 2v3 situation. Heavy holding it off, not for long. He also eventually gets swept off, and now it's down to the last attacker, who is fighting with all the will that he has, but unsuccessful attempt. Finally, the first round for B team as they swap sides.
This is what they ideally needed for each and every round. You know, if any attacker were looking to head towards any of those terminals, they get, welcomed by a loads and a loads of, I'll say utility. We did saw the moment they stepped inside the room, the gas mines were completely giving them no chance to, sacrifice those 40 HP per seconds to get that, decryption started. Nonetheless, now the sides are going to be swapped. I was really worried about the defensive side that came in from the side of B team, considering they have no heavy. But now, Worst Generation, it's going to be tough to attack them, because both the heavies are going to be good to kind of defend themselves. They are going to get very, lots of opportunity to even go in those port description positions. So let's see what B team has himself.
Heavies are going to be crucial, as I said. One has a claw, another one has a mesh shield. Running through the training quarters, which is being brought down to its knees almost. But as of now, Worst Generation, they're keeping their calm. Kyoto is a map where it feels like you have to find your inner peace. But look at where they've clawed out the B terminal, out in the open. spotted. Fight still not taken up. Portal being put up from Swap. Let's see where the gateway he's going to decide for. It looks like he's put down at the B terminal for now. Fight starts. This is going to be a long range fight coming in from the Worst Generation defenders as they spot them crossing across the hillside, and defenders lose their first as they tread into the forest. Attackers are making their attack where they're surrounding. They've circled literally the defenders in all fronts, and now they're moving in. It feels like they're the ones backstabbing the defenders for now. And defenders, they've lost a player. Let's see how they come out of this trap.
So far, they have really hold on their compound really great. They do know that the B terminal could just be under the radar for the attackers, but the attackers taking such a long route for rotation leaves Worst Generation completely in a big question. We did sort of highlight in a way that how difficult it could be. Jump pad being used for the side of Exotic to go on the top of these villa positions and get an advantage, but with only 30 seconds remaining, Lucifer, this could be a very tricky position. B team has to go in for the decryption, and it seems that the decryption key is all the way going in towards the B terminal once again.
Oh, they've been playing with their minds, but now there is a heavy, there is a light as well. So getting the decryption key in is going to be tough. 4v4 B team, they finally lose a defender. Now, the attacker. So this is an opportunity here for the defenders to even the level and the playing field. But 10 seconds on the clock. Attackers are losing a lot more. They cannot start the decryption. Time's ticking. This is done for. There should be the numbers being equalized, but they actually stick the decryption key. Now it has started, but attackers, they're falling apart one after another. It's all up to Sadiman. Can he find a 1v3? Decryption key has been put in, so he knows he's the one defending. They have to run up close to him, and he should also be sure that they've done enough damage. But where is his turret? That's the thing that I'm worried about. But he finds the first elimination, and there is his turret also on the terminal, but they are surrounding him. He was about to eliminate the heavy, but the light came from the other end, and therefore this round will be equalized by the B team. Time is still ticking, but you could see how much worried they are, because they are also low on health. They are worried if there's an explosion, if they lose a player. And Swap treads carefully across the trap which was set across. It was an explosive, and he will successfully stop decryption.
Oh my god, that came into the final 8 seconds. I did not really hear if they could even have bought, the decryption being started in the final seconds of the entire half. Once again, it's the side of Team Worst Generation who managed to just pinch their way back into the entire round. But it did seem that B team, they had the advantage. They did had, the numbers in their advantage. Attackers not really having the most of it. But Worst Generation, their defense still stands strong. And what could be the grand final point? They are 1 point away to really ace, their way into the grand finals. But one final round. Let's see if this could be the one where Worst Generation either takes up that grand final or B team still keep their hopes alive.
Exotic. Happens, man. Happens to the best of us. The dematerializer charge getting over. It will regenerate, but has to waste some time, and therefore the attack can get closer than anticipated. As of now, B team, they have gotten one round, and they are back with the explosive canister right towards the A. Swap is around them, as you heard the throwing knives falling into the ground, the metal clanks. But how successful can this attempt be? Or is this all a distraction? And seems like Water is indulged in a fight. Medium versus medium. Both of them with an AK fight coming through. None of them go down, but they still hold it off. They at least push the players back. The key is also thrown towards the A terminal now. If Water gets a chance to grab the key, he can start the decryption. And that's what he's attempting for. He gets the key, trying to jump up. And he might actually start the decryption without the idea of the Worst Generation defense. But defense is stronger. They start taking the players down, and attack gets vanished into thin air. And with this, Worst Generation, they qualify, become our second grand finalist. What a way for them to bring this through, this victory through for themselves.
Absolutely. I think Team Worst Generation, they were absolutely locked in, and big mention towards Ace stepping in as they are stubbed, leaving no chances. B team were only able to get one round out of the entire play, and that 4 medium 1 light build did not really work on them, especially when you have to play the objective, and especially when you have to go up against those heavy builds who are so annoying to really kind of get eliminated. And not just one, if there are 2 of those, you have to have a pretty smart way. You have to get those early frags, and we did not see much of the sniper play as well. I think both of these teams in their respective attack half were really visual in that they did not want to give those early picks, unlike what we saw yesterday, that those sniper early first bloods could really cost you a lot, especially in those later stages of the entire half. But yeah, I think this map was really a treat to watch, and what better way to kick things up in the semi-final too before we get the grand final started. But yeah, Fawcett is going to be the one who will be MVP for Toyota.
Fawcett 7 eliminations, 5 assists, combat score of 4,294. Worst generation. Z worst generation. I think that's what the Z stands for. But they've done a phenomenal job, especially after losing the previous Horizon map here in Kyoto with a stand-in coming in, right? The movement for the last map, they make magic. Now with the grand finals opportunity, the first and the second seed in grasp. All they have to be worried about, do they get the first or the second seed? Because now they have clinched it. But on the other end, not to worry for B team. They still have a chance. They will be going to the LCQ. They, yes, would have wanted maybe if they could have had a chance to get into the first and the second, but it happened for level 100 GAT as well. So level 100 GAT as well as worst generation will be joining our LCQ games, which will be happening on the August 14th after split 2 games as well, because we need the top 4 in split 2. Now let's talk about the scoreboard. Ace 6 eliminations, he stands in, but he stands tall.
Absolutely, what a way. And Ace with 6 elimination is just absolutely out of the expectations. The Exotic swap with 3 on the other side. Mr. Beebs and Beslam once again having a lot of struggle to really cope up with this sort of disadvantage that they were going up against. But nonetheless, Team Worst Generation are going to be your second grand finalist, and this is going to mean that B team will get a very fair chance for them to get themselves inside the LCQ. They will go alongside team level 100 for now, and there will be 2 more teams that will join them after the split 2. But for now, split 1 is very close to an end, and it will all start with the finals now.
Yeah, as of now, it's going to be IND and Worst Generation. I think 2 of the toughest teams rightfully to be in the grand finals have stepped their way in. Now, yes, on the other end, B team would have wondered, our players who had to step up, they went a little bit missing. Now that's okay, it was maybe not their day, but you still have a chance. You will still go to the LCQ. But on the other end, is it Worst Generation? Is it IND? Worst Generation made a stand-in work so brilliantly, and you could clearly see you have to give kudos to Worst Generation, because they knew how B team likes to play. They like the long-range duels, and they decided to stay away from it, get closer, and then trouble them, then start isolating them and win all the duels. Now IND are a similar team, but as you are playing 2 heavy, they are the team which plays 3 heavy and they vanish. It looks like a literal magic trick that IND do. Rather than pulling a rabbit out of a hat, what they do is they put all their players in a hat and then just wear it and then tell we are the winners.
Absolutely. I think this is going to be a really promising match. IND, I don't think they could have asked for a real good opponent, the one that really adapt to situations, that really adapt to their maps, and they have so many strategies that they kind of do come up with. And I'm going to be pretty excited. Like IND and World Generation, like some of the maps that I would really expect coming down, I think like it should be a ban Las Vegas, that we have seen Team IND having so much action from the entire side. On the other side, maps like Kyoto, maps like Morocco, or even the side of Skyway stadiums are in the radar for me to see how these entire teams are going to give the best of themselves, because this is where this entire tournament comes into the picture. This is the grand final, and this is the chance for one of these 2 teams to really make a name for themselves.
As of now, it is grand finals, the last stepping stone for both of these teams, IND and Worst Generation. Who makes it out? Who's going to be seed number 1 for split 1? Not grabbing the prize pool, but they'll be closer to it once they get to the better seed. Right now, cutting to a break. Don't go anywhere. We are going to give players time to relax, rest, because this grand finals is going to be super heated. See you on the other side. Grand finals time it is for the Finals Community Cup. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lucifer. Joining me on desk is Aapcon. This is one last time, but for the split one, not the Finals Community Cup, because that will happen on the weekend of the 18th. So make sure you hit that like, subscribe, bell icon, follow all on our socials, because that's when you'll know when the split 2 is about to start. But for you guys, because you've been watching, split 2 is gonna be starting very soon in terms of registration, not the matches. Matches is again next weekend. But Aapcon, let's spice things up. Worst Generation versus IND, a team which has looked out of par for any teams. On another side, Worst Generation, who bought themselves on par with everybody that they fought against.
Absolutely. I think Wars Generation has been one of the team that you honestly would not have really expected, given that their starting games did not really go too well. They were like really quite close. They were almost, they almost lost to, I think, Born to Lose, who were like their first round matchup. That was one of the games that went all the way toward distance of third game. Then they won that match. They brought all the way us towards the decider game. They eliminated a very big team, Team B, who were like really expected B team to actually be in the grand final, but that was a real great matchup. And as we can see, their complete, run through Wars Generation, they started off their entire journey with beating KVK. Then they had Burden United, Eternal Fate, and now B team. But Team IND, this is a team who has been the big talking point. This is a team who have had a record that they had not lost a single round until the semi-final. Would that change in the grand final when they will lose their first map? They lose their first map as well. That's about time.
Yeah, as you rightly said, we thought them they're the pristine, the lords of the finals, did not lose a single round, did not lose a map. Now they stand that they've lost one map: Tempest, Arav, Jitsu, Zero and Buzz. Now, just like we saw Shooter in one of the teams, Jitsu is also one of the top players in the finals that we are seeing. And with that team, I think it's bound to say they should be the ones winners of the split one. But against them is going to be Butcher, Fawcett, Exotic, Swap and Joseph. Now, they have been a really strong team. Had a last minute stand-in coming through because of a little bit of tech issue, and that also worked phenomenally well for them. And if they're able to clinch something against IND, it is going to be interesting and an upset for IND.
Absolutely. I'd love to see how this entire map, Peter, is going to look like. Because as I mentioned, Team IND have been really strong in Las Vegas. Having two of those potentially incredible teams who are so equally skill grouped, you'd love to see maps like, Monaco. And that's what we are seeing. Skyway Stadium being the first map pick that's going to come in from the side of IND. IND did went on to ban Las Vegas as Horizon for the side of Worlds and Destiny, especially when yesterday they would have seen how dominant Team IND were in the CIS Horizon when they went up against Team Level 100. But yeah, what are your thoughts on this map?
Now, I think wise decision coming in from IND to keep it in the norms of Skyway Stadium, then go into Kyoto as Worst Generation choice. We saw them how commanding they were, and to end it all on decider is going to be Monaco. It should be a 3-mapper, but if there's an upset in the mix, then there can be just a 2-0, which IND should be losing the first map, and then only I might end up seeing. But looking at the comp that they have is not gonna happen. But IND banning Las Vegas, again, this is all based on how Worst Generation were able to play. And Worst Generation, a self-ban if you would want to say, because that did not work out really well. CIS Horizon, day before, yesterday was also a bad game. Today is also a bad game. Yesterday, however, they were able to win it out. Today, you could clearly see they were outpushed of it. They were outskilled in that. But now they've recovered. They've figured out a way through. But this grand final is going to be interesting. To take down IND is going to be a huge and a big detrimental task for Worst Generation. Worst Generation is how it name states to be, but it is Skyway Stadium, the grand finals of split 1 of the Finals Community Cup. IND, they start off with the defense. On the other end is going to be our team of Worst Generation coming in with... wait, are they trolling us? Wait, 1 second.
They should be.
They're not. There's 6 seconds on the clock.
No,
they are going 5 lights.
Wow, Grand Final Sunday is right up, baby, and it's 5 light for the first time. If you want to beat one of the best team who have just, went on with one of the most trolled comp, like 3 heavy, you are going to face up one of the most trolled comp in the entire tournament. 5 light Lucifer I've never seen before.
Yeah, never. I don't even think, but this is the likes of knowing that the opponent has heavies across the board. They want to make sure that their quick damage as a light, their maneuvering movement that they can put across is going to be better, but there's a tech issue. Yo, worst generation, that's not a way they would have liked to start. I'm not too sure if we're going to have a tech pause or not, whether we're going to restart the whole shebang of the grand finals. But I think that we are going to be up for it right now. But there's no pauses, meaning I think we're good to go. The game is going to continue. We did see a lot of snipers coming in action. There's the second elimination. Wait, I think the elimination was a player falling. Maybe not a tech issue, because this was Skyway Stadium, so that skipped my mind for a second, and now already attack on a disadvantage in the start.
Absolutely. I'd love to see how the first engagement is going to look like. Players falling into pieces. 2 players remaining. All right, that is a very heavy shot right up the board of Arav as the sniper shot lands right on his body, but one more bullet onto his face and that would be done and dusted. Meanwhile, Team Worst Generation, they only have 2 players remaining. So far, the objective does not seem to be, something that they are completely relying on. The first player does get taken down from the side of Team IND. Not something that you see often, but these snipers, they are haunting each and every player. I think Tempest did fall victim to one of these snipers.
One last attacker, Exotic. Now, can he get closer? Can he get a chance to maybe make a mark? There is, yes, one of the IND players who they've managed to eliminate, but the key is lost, the position is lost. The thought process of what he wants to do is also seeming to be lost. 46 seconds on the clock. He has spotted the players coming up, has an SR-84 and missing his shots. He knows he does not have any right to pick up a fight with them. They are all chasing him. He's making an emote for now, but they blast with, I think, a rocket launcher that was and finally connect. But I can see a change here from IND. Till now, all the games that we witnessed on stream were triple heavies, right? That's what they packed as a punch. This time, they're going in for double heavy and 3 lights.
Wow, this is the first time we are going to see a recurve bow as well. I was so excited for this. Like, we have one of the SMGs, XP, which we did not really see before. From the side of Team Worst Generation, all 5 players now going in for 5 different weapons. For the start, I did really thought that maybe they're going in for the snipers. Meantime, using the claw to clinch this entire terminal out of the villa to give it no chance for the side of Team, Worst Generation to go in, get the decryption started and make it a very chaotic situation for the defender to kind of intervene it. Nonetheless, this is going to be round number 2. Hopefully, Worst Generation surprise us with at least one.
Yeah, it seems like it was not a tech issue, rather the players just falling into the netherlands of Skyway Stadium. Now, however, they're playing together. Thankfully, it's towards the villa and the other one is towards the offices. They are hitting the villa as of now. No information on the sonar for now, and this might feel safe, but they know there's somebody trailing behind them and they finally spot that. This is the first time a defender is being put out of the game.
Absolutely. There's a defender who is going to be lost down, but the numbers instantly, somewhere down the line, equalizes. The recurve bow isn't going to be the best to move in these low, close range situation. And the brawl could anytime go against him. But what? And he loses another player. Team Worst Generation are working their magic in. 2 players from Team ID remaining. And as I said, can they surprise us with any surprises? Yes, I think it's going to be the answer. But one thing that I did learn from yesterday of our 1v3, it's not over until it's over, and it's just to this time surviving sponsor decryption key and the RPG-7 right up the face of Ace, and he goes down. 1v3 still remaining. He has a shotgun, uses the recurve claw, does not really get the advantages, is low on his HP, but the brawl is going against him, and the recurve bow is gonna chase him down. Team Worst Generation are not yet over. We do have 1 point up for them.
They made a very wise choice here of going 5 lights because they knew there's going to be a lot of heavy firepower and also damage taking capability on the side of IND, but IND also thought that they would outsmart maybe the opponents with 3 lights coming through. However, in the previous round they got isolated at 3 different individuals of lights, and that's the reason Worst Generation were able to take control of it. I'm pretty sure IND wouldn't want to make a mistake again as such. Let's see how they plan right now, but in terms of defense they're already taking roof control rather than setting up because they don't have any mediums to set up, so all they have to do is fight as they find players from Worst Generation crossing across with the key. I think they've spotted the trail of the key, yet the players to be spotted, and from there the whole shebang of a fight starts. There's the first explosive canister to go across a building, but yet to spot a player or do damage. Finally the players take a head-on fight, isolate one of the defenders. That's the first defender out, but immediately defenders traded to a 4-4.
Absolutely, but look at this position. Also have so much info, but he gets slammed up with the damage of Sniper and is going to be down to 35. Defenders are still going to be in a very precarious position, but the Worst Generation are going to start the decryption. This is going to make things so worse because Worst Generation, they're already down to like just 2 players, and fighting up against 2 of those heavy against you, this is going to be a hard one to really defend themselves from the decryption getting absolutely successful. And with that, I think they have already decrypted. They have already interrupted the entire decryption, and it feels that Team Andy had no worries, no issues in that. 2-1 first half score, and it seems that the defensive position is what should be the talking point. Now, I would love to know your thoughts on this, Joseph. For 5 lights on your defense, do we see them getting any rounds?
It's going to be tough. I mean, if they want any rounds, they have to go and indulge in duels, making sure they isolate. Like they were able to pull off 1 round, right? They have to again look forward to isolating the players as individual pieces. Pick them off one after another. Like maybe when they confess their love to their beloved, they think, should I not? I don't know if people reference to it with the flower game coming through. But if you do, you're wise and you're old school romantic. But if you're not, back into the game is what we are going to go with IND on a round advantage.
This time, once again, the gateway portal is right side. Where are they going to go in is a big question. They're moving all the way close to the terminal. There's a RPG ready in terms of any player who gives the contact. But so far, no players from Worst Generation are able to give that, individual duel. 3 light in the hands of Team IND as well. So those 3 light players, that is what is giving the advantage for the side of Worst Generation to get those, isolated fights and advantage. But the decryption has started. There goes the RPG and the first blood would right be around the corner as, Worst Generation are really struggling to manage their numbers up. Team IND is the first one to fall, but the numbers equally fall down to a 4v3. Team IND have to defend themselves. 45 seconds remaining, but 3v3 situation. It's going to be Joseph who goes in aggressive, gets another duel. V2, this is looking really complicated. Worst Generation trying their level best, and now with having the numbers advantage, finally could get themselves the first victory. We were doubting that will they manage to get at least 1 round on the board in defense, and yes, they have done in the very first round.
We spoke about this. They have to isolate the duels. Now, being a light, you have high DPS, and that's the advantage you have to take on. However, having a high DPS, meaning quicker reloads as well, that's something they had to kind of work around, and they were able to, especially with the players who had the SMGs. That's their best bet on to play around, and that's what they're doing, using the XPs rather than the M11s. I thought maybe players would go for the M11, my personal favorite, but a lot of players don't, and it just is proving a point here. Maybe XPs together is just way powerful. However, the damage that there is on XP compared to the M11 is lower, but the max size I think is going to be better, and that's the reason we end up seeing this choice coming through. But the scores have evened 2-2.
Absolutely. I think, seeing all the players with the XP deals at least an average damage of, 27 if connected to the head and 18 to the body. But yeah, what I'm worried is about these 2 heavies and how they're able to really intervene them. Now, I don't think that IND is going to repeat the same mistake twice. All the players are just all together. They're waiting for that info game. They're waiting to get that first point of info that where the players are going to come in from. But Exotic, this position right on top of the cranes is so interesting. Uses a sonar to give that get that information. As Fawcett might have called that there's movement just below him. But so far, I don't think any players are really going in. All right, Joseph finds the first player from IND. He's going to go in for the fight. It seems as if Heavy is in a big struggle, but Team IND still managing to keeping all the pieces together. But that's going to be a trade coming in. Fair trade from one body. But there goes another one down. This time it's IND who comes up on top.
Attackers this time is the best bet that they can, and there's another defender to fall, but quickly getting traded out. Sniper shot a little too late. If he would taken it earlier, it could have been a quick trade coming through. Now it's a 1v3, and he and everybody on the opponent also know it. He just has a sniper. Decryption has not started, but they also know that there is no way he would have a chance to win this battle. However, he has 2 hitchy nades. Those grenades can maybe do damage, and does an elimination. RF maybe was acting as a distraction because the key is making its mark, and now with the cloak comes in a player. He tries to do initial damage. He does connect, but does not successfully find the elimination. In the meantime, decryption starts.
V2 Exotic as a sniper, not the best weapon, but it's instantly going to get run down with the RNG and the M11. This time, once again, getting himself the advantage. So far, V2 scoreline, and I feel Team IND, it's not been an easy route for them. And this is one of the teams that have really made them force and really play like, this is the finals. And this is what we needed. Having to come in the grand final Sunday and having to see such a close matchup, what better way to get the number one team in the split one. One final round. We went all the way the distance of 6 rounds, and now let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think this is the strongest and the hardest that IND are right now fighting against worst generation, because so far they've had smooth sailing. The only single round that they lost was in the previous game, but otherwise they've never lost even a single round. But here they've lost 2, and it seemed like the worst generation, they looked a tad bit better in a couple of the fights. Only if they had a medium or a heavy to play with, it could have been better in terms of a fight. Because they have all 5s, it is getting a tad bit difficult for them in survival. But right now a Villa is the attack point that IND are heading towards. They clear everything, they don't even spot a single one, but when they spot, it's an instant elim.
Dome Shield going to protect entirely. They do have the claw as well. I want to see if they want to reposition the terminal, but for now the first brawl dust comes in. Both the team at the loss of 1. Meantime, Team IND is also at a 3v3 situation. 50 seconds remaining down the clock, but all the players from the side of Worst Generation have already made their way in towards the Villa position. Exotic down to a very low HP, and Ace needs to hold his ground yet. Zero is going to get pinned down. Is down to 1 final pixel, but still manages to stay survive. The dash is indeed coming in from the side of Worst Generation, and finally he could manage to take him down. Oh my god, he took a longer time to survive, and that time is going to be more than enough for Team IND to secure this round.
Yeah, 20 seconds in Ace is so far away, 28 points of health. There's a heavy also surviving, and this is not going to be possible. IND will close this map. This was their map pick, and they should be successfully closing this in their favor. Grand finals, best of 3, and they get the first map in control. There is a fight. He will try his best to, and he wins. 3 seconds on the clock. That was a nice one for him to find as an elimination, but there's no round written in it. It is going to be IND. The ones who had to close it will close it, but they had to go through a fight against the Worst Generation. So there is something that IND will be worried about. Worst Generation pulled off a spectacular show out of norms, and they were able to challenge IND.
Absolutely. Team Worst Generation, props to them. Like, I really did not expected them to show up in such an explosive manner with 5 lights. Mind you that most of, like the guns, at least 1 damage with those rifle deals a damage of 25, while those SMGs as well are 18 damage. And having those snipers, like 5 lights is not an easy, comp to run. Especially knowing that you have only 150 HP bar and you are going up against these heavy players. Made it chaotic for IND, but yeah, I think IND, they were trying to give a taste of their own medicine to a team who has run a comp where they had no medium. But yeah, best way to start things up in the first map. And now moving on to the second one, I think this series should be the one that goes the distance. But I don't think that, like running back-to-back these, like 5 light comps should be the name of the game here for the side of Team, Worst Generation.
As of now, whatever they pulled off was very interesting. But right as now, let's talk about what happened in map 1. MVP is going to be a Jitsu. 6 eliminations, 1 assist, and a combat score of 2,929. This does tell us that they had to put up a fight. He also had 3 deaths. There was a lot of tussle in the mix. There were situations when IND players were caught as individuals, as isolated as they could be in the worst case scenario, and that's the reason 2 rounds Worst Generation were able to pull off. Now Worst Generation will actually come off in confidence moving into the second map, because the first map was not their map pick. The second one is going to be Kyoto. I hope right now IND are prepared. They are the ones, they are the favorites to win this split one. But can they win? Because if they don't, it is going to be an upset. And the finals, all competition of the finals will level up.
Absolutely. I think so far it was Team IND's map pick that they chose to go all the way towards Skyesports Stadium. But the second map, Kyoto, is going to be the map pick from the side of Worst Generation. Now, can they turn things around? That's going to be a big question. But what we did saw from the previous matchup, yeah, I think, them having to go with those double heavy and double, like a medium 1 light, if I'm not wrong, having a single sniper, they were able to give a very tough fight to a team like the team, a team who were really anticipated to be the favorites here. But nonetheless, Worst Generation, they have played this map once. They have really, tried and tested most of their strats. And once again, they could run it down, but this time they have a heavy and a different option.
I'm just checking if Kyoto has been played from IND. We know Worst Generation played it because it was their last game, but IND, it doesn't seem like they've played in Kyoto. Las Vegas, Horizon, Monaco, Skyway Stadium, all these 4 maps they've played, but I cannot see if they've played on Kyoto. So maybe they played in round 1 or one of the round 2 games, but I'm not completely sure. But it might be a question mark. Whereas on the other end, we have seen Worst Generation. Can they make it happen? But let's talk about Swap. I think Swap has kind of slowed down in his performance. Initially, he was close to helping his top fraggers, but now he just a single elimination. Exotic has 3, Fawcett has 4, Ace has 5, Joseph also has 6. Now this is good. On the other end, if you talk about IND, well spread across the players. Jitsu, yes, known as should be the top fragger. Yes, he's at 6, but everybody else had 6, 5 and 3, the least being 3. So that's something that you can tell that the team is playing together. They are working as one engine. Whereas Kyoto, when it comes up, Worst Generation, do they do that? And Worst Generation constantly, as you can see, they like attack to start things off, knowing that when they go to defense, they might have a little bit of a strong suit if they're able to hold off. But as of now, especially in the previous game that they played, which was a 5 light setup, you cannot defend well when you go into the second half with a 5 light.
Absolutely. And I think what better map for you to really, kind of dive in to see the best of these players, to see how these players are going to completely run all of those comp, are going to completely get innovative with their plays. I think this is going to be one of the best testing grounds to see that which team is here to give on their best. And it's the night time. It's a very clear view, and it's Kyoto where we will be moving in. A map pick for Worst Generation and one chance for them to really push us towards map 3. For Team Andy, it's entirely the championship point that they are going to be moving in if they manage to win those rounds. But yeah, taking a look at the comp once again, double medium, double light, and only one heavy for the side of Worst Generation.
Fingers crossed, finally seems like they have come back on their norms of a double heavy, 2 medium and 1 light. On the other end, it is going to be 3 heavies back our IND as well. So it is a game on our hands. Initially, the first game also for us was a game on our hands because that time IND changed their comp. This time again, IND changed and bring it back to their norm. So does Worst Generation. But Worst Generation, they start off an attack. What do they do?
I think the first time that I saw Team IND Lucifer, it was against Velocity that they played this comp in this very own map. And they made it so chaotic. Some of those temple terminals that you get towards the middle of Kyoto, it's so hard because all of these players have sledgehammers, have those heavy, players to charge and slam and take down the entire building, pushing down terminal into such a tough position. But Zero finds the first value ace, is going to lose a major chunk of his HP. Team IND, they have those double light and triple heavy bag, but the first one to fall is from Worst Generation.
Attackers have lost their first, and this is where IND charge in. They find a second to eliminate. 3v5, attackers not looking great. Attackers are getting spotted, as so are defenders. But finally defenders find a way. But defenders, they double down. They bring it to only the last 2 survivors. Defenders did lose one, but it seems like Joseph is just standing around. Surprising. He does have one teammate who is doing all the heavy lifting for now. He did bring the competition to a 2v3, but how far can he push? Exotic has a model 1887, does have a guardian turret as well, jump pad and 2 grenades to go with. But he has to wait. He has to wait for his teammate to come alive because he is a heavy. Connection spotted. That was a light, and now he knows the light is nearby.
Absolutely. I think this should be one of those chances for him really get a close, a combat fight, and that's what he gets. Gets a 2-shot. Oh my god, he almost had him. But yeah, as I mentioned, having the palm shotguns of model 1887 isn't going to be that easy for you unless you get some of those, close fights. And as the timer is going to run out, it feels as if Team IND is going to be the one who will successfully be able to initiate the first point in their favor. As I mentioned, the previous time I saw Team IND for the first time itself, was against Velocity Gaming. It was this map, and their triple heavy comp was really a nightmare to play up against, especially when you have them at the defensive position. But nonetheless, I think one of the players gets eliminated. That's kind of unfortunate as Joseph is back, but he only has 7 seconds remaining. Uses his claw, but is going to get denied. That was a close round indeed, which shouldn't have went in the first play. But yeah, a promising play and a good try from the side of Worst Generation.
Joseph, I'm not too sure what happened. Maybe he caught out in a bathroom break over there, but I just hope if he was there for the team, because you could see they brought it down to a 2v3 situation. They could have been brought down to even further. But we hit a pause right now just to make sure everything is all right. But that was a little costly for my liking. If attackers were together, there could have been an even more closer round over there. But as soon as we ended up seeing with the model 1887 that Ace, I think, yeah, it was Ace, he got eliminated, and then immediately it was all up to Joseph, who was all the way is still in the spawn with the key. For now, yes, it is a pause. We should be resuming the game, but that's the first round. IND are already on the map lead here, Upcon, and if they're not able to contest them, snatch this map away, it is going to be done in the grand final. Seed 1 is going to go in favor of IND. Now, not lost are going to be Worst Generation, because they will have Seed 2, meaning they will also go to the main event of the finals. But it's just that they'll not have seed number 1, meaning eventually when they make their move and fight, they would have to compete with a higher seed, I think. Not too sure about how the seeding is going to be, how the matchmaking will be towards the main event, but that's how it'll be. There might be a tad bit of a disadvantage, but right now, talking about a disadvantage doesn't seem to be the case. Joseph and everybody else are running together.
Absolutely. Team attackers once again looking to just rush in towards their position. I think the sniper has really spotted 2 of their players, but now he's getting chased down. Needs to move all the way back up, uses the vanishes bomb, and has completely been, invisible right now for his opponent team. But meantime, was Generation, they have taken all this time to get the entire compound control, and shots coming in towards the side of Tempest. He does anticipate that players are surrounding him slowly, steadily, and Team Andy so far have a little thought. Oh my god, what a shot! Mid-air connects to. Was it a collateral? Because 3 of them are out to 1 HP, and what a way to kick things up. He gets the kill, looks for another one, but his bullets are like a nuclear heat-seeking bullets. It does not miss and goes right up the body.
And now look at Jitsu with an automatic shotgun pumping shells of bullets into their opponents, and they're making sure they go down one after another. One of the defenders been lost, but the numbers are weaker on the side of the attack. The Worst Generation, there is an RPG right into the opponent. 2v3, the competition is still up. It doesn't seem like Worst Generation are going to be going out. But Jitsu, he is not stopping with the menace of a shotgun. Uses the dome because he has to reload. Now keeps again, trying to glue in. Has the RPG. Does he send it off? Yes, he does. Finds the elimination. IND won this grand finals, and they get round 2 as well.
Absolutely. They are hungry for more. You bring him some strat, you bring him some competition, you fight back, but they are gonna turn you down harder. And this is what so far has been the case. Worst Generation, I think they had a pretty promising start. The way they were looking in that entire round, this is the way you want to play up against a team like IND. You want to be confident, you want to keep your composure, and you want to completely have trust in your teammates. But I think one of the round-changing scenarios for me, Lucifer, was that sniper having so much value in the first half of the round.
You rightly said it was a heat-tracking bullet. I was able to find 3 connections when people were in the forest as well, and that was a job well done coming in IND. I think that's their prowess that they are showcasing right there. And now if they're able to continue, it's going to be interesting. Now with that help, they were able to even get the initial elimination. Now how far they can push. Swap, he spotted I think one of the defenders. That's the reason he tried to send the shuriken out. They are close. Wow. He does manage to run away because he was hiding in plain sight with the cloak. I forgot about the cloak. I was for a second, maybe we are on the bird's eye cam. But now with that, he finds one. He helps his teammate find the second as well. And now Swap is going all in with the shuriken. Charge and slam coming through. And they finally managed to find one attacker down. Swap tries to run away but unsuccessful in the attempt. But Joseph, he is gunning them down with the Lewis. He finds 2 and it comes down to a 2v1 situation. This is the best attempt for the Worst Generation. But Arav, him with the XP, clears off and brings it to a 1-1 situation. On the other end, it's a medium and he's a light.
Absolutely, he has done it before and he has done it again. 1v2, not a problem for Arav. He does it back to back to keep the hopes and dreams alive for Team IND to be the champions, and they are at the championship point, Lucifer. What a way to keep things up. Arav, whenever you get down in such a play, this is the player you want to count on. This is the player you want to put in those 1v2 clutch situations. And man, have they had a flawless defensive side. But honestly, this is what you would have really expected, right? Like they have done Kyoto back to back again with those three heavy comms, and now Worst Generation, if they lean on towards defensive, I do favor Worst Generation in their side.
Side switch, three heavies coming in, attacking. It is going to be just Titans across. This is David's. That's all. I'm sorry, Goliaths. And on the other end, it seems like they want to be David, but it's going to be tough, especially against IND. Again, Swap trying to hide in plain sight right behind the flag towards the temple. But can he actually make it work? Uses the cloak, tries to figure out where his opponents are, because right as now it is out in the open. He was nowhere close to where the attackers were heading. And on the other end, his teammates have spotted where the attackers are moving in from.
All the players are just gonna walk into the crosshairs of Exotic. All the players from Worst Generation are here, but the first man to fall isn't from their own team. Team IND are looking, but they are gonna get surprised that all the players are just waiting here, welcoming them. So far, it seems to be that IND is the one to be the first one to strike, but both the players remaining for Worst Generation are so low on HP. It all comes down to Exotic. 1v4, and he has to keep the teams alive. But the finalists are the final winners. Team IND are your champions for the split one.
They make it happen. They are going to be the winners moving into the main event. IND were a team to be feared. IND were a team to be looked up to, and they still stand up to that pedestal, and IND are going to be your split one winners. They immediately jump into the main event without going through any mazes of a LCQ or a split 2, and they have the top seed. Now Worst Generation, they are not out of the game. Split 1, as we said, top 4, and they came in the top 2, meaning their position also for the main event is confirmed, but they are just on the second seed. But what a game. When IND were back in their usual, the usual is a triple heavy comp, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's the usual for them. But they pull it off. They look like an opportunity with the one heavy and a medium trying to take that attack in favor, but Arav with being a light and using the XP. What a play coming in from him. Isolated both of them left and right, and then eliminated both. Won the round, made sure that the last Kyoto map to decide whether they're going to be the winners was clean. It was a clean shit. 6 eliminations. He's the MVP. Combat score of 3,324 and a single assist, but that doesn't matter. 6 elimination and a game flawless winning round coming in from him at the half.
Absolutely, but a strong showing from a man who really was needed. And I think even if you're leaning, like 3 heavy comms, your one light is Arav. I think he's really doing a lot of job. He's doing a lot of impact, and that impact that he brings with those SMGs, I think, is just unbelievable. Arav with a miraculous way to turn off that her last round of the first half that they had in the defense, and taking a look after their entire teams, that was Arav on the top, followed by Tempest, Mukher, Jitsun, and then Zero. Once again, Ace, who was a stand-in player this time, I feel, wasn't the best of it. I think he was really struggling to get up against those, disadvantages that his team had to incur, especially as the first blood. I think there were numerous instincts when Team IND were the first one to strike, and Team Worst Generation always had to recover. But I don't think that despite Team IND going on the attack, they'll ever let player like Ace or any player like, a light player having those sniper rifles coming in play. They were so, vigilant towards the attack, and they did not give any isolation fight towards the side of Team Worst Generation.
One thing you have to give laurels and kudos to IND is them making sure that they're lights, right? They're not in the mix of the commotion. They're not stuck in the chaos. That's the reason IND are the winners of our split 1. Coming in second is the Worst Generation, qualified for LCQ as we spoke about, level 100 GAT as well as B team. Both of them know what the mistakes they have to work on, especially B team that we could clearly see. Yes, IND, as we were talking about them, are on a level par of everybody else. They've found their composition. Jitsu has been grinding the game for a long time right now. I think from the initial conception of the game till now, he has been on it, and now him finding a safe house, if you want to call it, or maybe the best house, if you want to say. IND, they have been able to pull off something great here. They are still going to be the strongest team so far because they have not lost a map, only rounds.
Absolutely. And, we know what it means to the player. Like having this first community cup, this is where the players show their true potential, their true caliber. and having to be the first, one to really qualify for the main event is something that means a lot to these players, especially starting to make their own legacy. And it's Team IND who, out of all odds, made us believe in them from that first matchup, which they started beating up against the side of Velocity on stream. But yeah, taking a look up the entire format, this was just one of the four splits that we will be going through. The first split is going to be over. The second split is going to get started. Then the third one isn't going to be a split, but a last chance qualifier, which won't be an open qualifier like most of the splits were. It's going to be the 4 teams which will get qualified through the third and fourth position from both of these splits. And then the winners of them will go inside the finals. That is the main event.
We spoke about it. Split 2 is gonna be happening the next weekend, so make sure you get up for it. And for our viewers who are wondering, hey, I want to play this, I've been playing, I grind with my friends, but I never knew there is a chance to play as an esports competitive scene. This is your chance. Do follow our socials at the finals. Reach the finals, use the hashtags as well to tell us that you're going to be registering, because it is open for all. The links are up on our socials. You might find it on the description as well on the stream here, so make sure if you don't find the link to the registration, you will still find the links to the social. Click that, go to the link to register and get up with your team. Last time we had 32 teams, meaning this split 1, right now we have to say last time because split 1's done. Imagine we started Friday and split 1's done. How do you feel about that before we tell our viewers get ready for split 2?
I think this was just a trailer of what this entire Community Cup is going to look like. This was just the first, innings, and there are going to be so much more to it. But yeah, I'm really excited to see, Sam, how this entire, tournament is going to turn out. Community Cup was something that was much awaited. We have some of the most explosive players and plays that we used to see online from these players, but finally getting to see in this competitive region, wow, that was a treat to watch.
Players have gotten a stage in split 1, more players to get a stage in split 2. So make sure you guys also be on that stage, get to the top 4, and let's see if you are up for the finals. See you soon in split 2.